Are you expecting anybody else? Right over here, Jillian.
We know.
I'm not giving you.
Okay. Liam, are we on air? From you? Okay, he's coming. All good. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. This is Wednesday, August 17th, and we have a joint workshop with the Town Council of Scarborough and our school board. And we're going to get an update on their facilities work that's been in process for a good while now, and opportunity to ask questions and have a discussion as time permits. So with that, I think really the school department is going to lead the way here. Shannon, I don't know if you want to give an introduction or kind of kick things off.
Sure. So we are here tonight to talk about the K-8 strategic planning and the new primary school project that has been ongoing, like you said, John, for quite a few years now. We have a very robust building steering committee that has been hard at work, particularly so over the last quite a few years to get a plan together as to how we will address the overcrowding, the potential new students coming to our schools, and the deficiencies that we have at our current facilities. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to go walk us through the slide deck, and we'll all be available here to answer any questions you might have.
Awesome.
Thank you very much. And then I wanted to just note that COVID certainly put a couple of years pause on a lot of the discussions around some of the facilities issues that the district as a whole, I think, has been facing for several years. And then when we reconvened the building committee starting this January, we also did change the composition of the building committee a little bit. We added a second spot for a town council member. So very appreciative that we have two town councilors who are on the building committee, as well as our two board members. And then also added an additional town leader as part of the building committee. So Todd's joined as well as a full member of the committee since January. So that's been, I think, hugely beneficial as we kind of picked up some momentum post-COVID and a return to semi-normal, whatever that means at this point. But I wanted to walk through some of the slides, just a little bit of a history first, and then obviously, as John noted, an opportunity for conversation and question and answer. We also have Lisa here from Harriman, as well as Dana, our chair of the building committee, as well, to address some questions too. So anyway, without further ado, the slides here really first, starting with the rationale and our need for a new consolidated school. So what, first of all, what is this project, and why now? What are some of the continued impacts of doing nothing? What are some of our program inadequacies? And then a little bit touching on what the project history has been with respect to our facilities needs in Scarborough schools. So first of all, we're really framing this project as a K-8 solution. So as many in the public and many in the council know, we do have temporary portables, student classrooms, both at the K-2 level and also at grade 6. So in terms of investing in a new facility for Scarborough schools, it's really critical to address all of those needs, K-8. And that's going to require some reorganization of grade levels, aligning student populations, and again, building this new consolidated primary school that addresses educational equity, operational efficiency, population growth, flexibility, safety and security, and 21st century learning and teaching methods. So that's really framing kind of the vision for this project, and also framing how it's going to address some of the deficiencies that currently exist in our facilities.
Are you doing anything with pre-K?
That has come up recently throughout our meetings. And one possibility that's been discussed is, rather than a consolidated school that was K-3, perhaps even retasking one of our current K-2 buildings as an early learning center, which would be pre-K and K. And then the larger consolidated new building would be 1 through 3. So that's another potential solution that's been discussed. Yeah. So anyway, okay. So why and why now? So first of all, we've exceeded the capacity of our existing schools. The current infrastructure does not support student basic educational needs. We need a sustainable solution to house our current and growing population. We currently have portables and have had portables for over 10 years at all of our K-2 schools, almost 20 years, or maybe even more than 20 years at this point, at our middle school with 6th grade. This creates a whole host of issues, students having to go outside and then in to access different parts of the buildings. At all K-2 schools, there are some very creative storage solutions, include egress and hallways, unfortunately. The gymna cafetoriums at our K-2 schools are definitely problematic, both from just a space and size point of view, as well as a programmatic point of view, in that you have to have multiple lunches, and you also have to, that space is also an instructional space as well. So it creates a lot of inefficiencies, in particular with PE and our art programs, and some of our unified art programs at the middle school as well. So finding a solution that's going to support today's kids, the plans in the community for continued housing starts planning and construction process will take approximately 5 years, and that's based on a timeline of a referendum in fall of 2023. Some of the goals, again, consolidating the 3 primary schools as part of this K-8 strategic vision, removing all 30 of the portable classrooms and the portables that are currently active in the district, alleviate the overcrowding that's happened at the middle school, and strategically coordinating the project with a lot of the other projects and initiatives across Scarborough, the town of Scarborough. Again, just to emphasize the continued overcrowding, there were 2, I believe, additional portables that were added at the 3 K-2 schools just in the last couple of years. We're out of space at each site for any additional portables. So the option of just adding more temporary classrooms if we have to handle more students has been removed, and we're maxed out. The existing K-2 schools without portables are collectively undersized for our current seated K-2 population by approximately 40 to 60,000 square feet. Some of the safety and security issues, most or all modern school buildings now are designed with front vestibules, which will steer any visitors to the schools to the front office before you would have any access to the hallways and the classrooms in the school. That obviously is not the case at any of our smaller K-2 schools, again, built in the 50s. 2 of the 3 primary schools do not have security entry vestibules. Again, some of the lack of storage creates and can impact egress. And then there are the situations where students must travel out of the building to access programming at 8 corners. And then the site circulation and drop-offs can be problematic at all 3 sites. Again, this is that's a faculty restroom. That's also a storage area. Anyway, there's a couple of other pictures to highlight some of the creative solutions for storage at some of our smaller buildings. And missing program spaces in special education and in small groups, some of our RTI programs. Missing spaces too for STEM and makerspace, and there's a lot of innovative things that our teachers are doing, and we need to have the space that will allow them to do their work with kids effectively. Some of the other impacts of continuing to do nothing, the continued energy inefficiency. So what it costs for us to heat these 3 buildings versus what it costs, for example, to operate Wentworth, a newer building that also has air conditioning. It's much more expensive to heat and to operate and just the physical buildings, those 3 buildings, than it is our larger consolidated 3 to 5 building. It's fiscally irresponsible to continue operating these schools that are undersized to begin with, and so having a larger consolidated school would be much more in the long term, much more operationally efficient. Again, just touching on some of the deficiencies of the combined cafeteria and gymnasium. It does make it very challenging to schedule times for specialists, art, music, gym, also special education support, individualized support for kids, having late and early lunches. It impacts the daily schedule and how we want to structure time for kids. Eighteen of the portable classrooms are among the primary schools. And there are examples of students leaving the building at 8 Corners in the middle school in order to access core educational spaces. More than half of the 30 portables are over 20 years old. Portable classrooms, even being well taken care of, are really designed for a life of 20 years. So over half of our current portables that are in use are beyond their typical lifespan. Again, some insufficient meeting space in particular, I think with special education and specialists it can be very challenging when there's, basic dividers as opposed to spaces that can maintain greater privacy for students and for staff. And not having that access to appropriate meeting spaces is definitely a challenge, particularly at our K-2 buildings. And then small, if any, art and music rooms. Art on the cart sounds pretty cool, but it's not for the art teacher. That's a challenge to try and, again, manage those transitions and make sure that we're maximizing instructional time for kids. And as I've already kind of noted, having inadequate special education spaces is a huge issue, in particular at our small K-2 schools. Just wanted to take a little bit of time to kind of walk through the timeline on this, starting with when the 3 K-2 schools were built, 1957, 59, and 65. In 93, actually, all 3 were significantly, the footprint of the buildings were significantly increased. Then in 2001, a total of 10 portables were added, 4 to 8 Corners, 4 to Blue Point, and then 2 to Pleasant Hill. An additional 2 portables were then added in 2008 to 8 Corners. That's 21. So 10 of the initial portables were added 21 years ago, 2 more 14 years ago. Between 14 and 16, there were multiple options that were evaluated for a long-range facility plan process. Another study done in 2017, and then we engaged the Department of Education to explore funding options and applied for DOE funding. Advisory committee presentation to the school board in October of 2017. Summary of preferred options B and F, which were both consolidated options, and then the status of DOE funding application, which was sent in boxes upon boxes of paper. It was a massive project to apply for DOE funding. The ranking on the final DOE funding list in 2018, 8 Corners came out ahead in 34th place, 36th place for Pleasant Hill on the list, and then 49th on the list for Blue Point. Of the 74 applications evaluated, only the top 10 to 15 schools moved to the approved funding list. Flash forward a little bit to 2019, 2 more portables added to 8 Corners, and then in 2020, 2 more portables to 8 Corners, and then 2 portables added to Pleasant Hill. So it was 3 years ago and 2 years ago. Then school board voted to approve the SPS Building Steering Committee's recommendation for a consolidated primary school. This was January 2020, right before, about a month and a half before COVID shut down. That vote was approved 5-2 by the Board of Education. Student reps voted 2-0. And then in January 2022, as I had mentioned, we reconvened the building committee starting at the beginning of this year. And then kicked off a site selection meeting in February of 2022, which kind of brings us to the present day. Just this slide just outlines a little more information on state funding and the application. So again, in 2017, we applied. In 2018, we got our final priority list. 74 schools had applied for funding through to the state. As of the present day, State Board of Education has approved 5 projects for funding from the 2017-2018 priority list. All 5 projects are still in the design phase and have not been constructed. And then the 2017 facilities master plan presentation illustrated the cost for renovation / addition versus consolidation of a K-2 school in 2017 dollars. The proposed district solution is for a K-3 school to alleviate overcrowding at the middle school by moving the 3rd grade to the new primary school and the 6th grade to Wentworth. So the solution for the entire 6th grade portable is to regrade essentially Wentworth as a 4, 5, 6 school and the middle school be a 7, 8 school. If the new consolidated school were off campus, that would also take a grade level off of the current campus, which would really alleviate some traffic concerns that I know people have had, in particular at the middle school. That's the most challenging school to get cars and buses in and out of, and it would basically turn that current middle school building into 7th and 8th grade. A couple, in the operational and educational benefits to having all of your grade level staff under the same roof, I think is huge. And just a couple of important things that I think are critical. I mean, I talked a lot about the facility deficiencies in terms of operational efficiency. Having all of your teachers and all of your educators in a given grade level under the same roof has a huge impact. Having all of your kids in the same grade level under the same roof can have a huge impact in terms of professional collaboration, in terms of having a consistent curriculum across a grade level, in terms of being able to use space effectively and having the proper meeting space, all of those things, like everything about having all of your kids at like the K-2 phase level in the same location is super powerful. As far as a project timeline, and this is where it was, what the slide that talks about, when do you actually open the new school, being 5 years down the road. There's the period where this kind of this starts essentially a few months back, February of 2022, where you're starting the site selection, the concept design, looking at educational visioning. What do we need? What is, what grade levels? What does the building need to look like? What does it need to do? And then all of the planning that would lead up to a referendum vote. And in this timeline is November 2023, 12 months, another 12 months between the referendum vote and the bid, and then construction starting in December of 2024, 30 months. June 2027, you have a school. So it's a lot. As far as connecting with the council, and I'm looking forward to question and answer, a discussion, more as much information as transparent as we can be about the process and the need and the site selection process, preferred concept design, cost estimate. What I did want to mention also is that everything that I just presented to you is now available to the public on our new website. There's a website now that's directly linked to the homepage. So any member of the public can go right to the homepage of Scarborough Schools. And when you do that, bear with me here for a second. So if you're at Scarborough Public Schools, the button is right here. Click on the building project right at the top of the page, and it takes you here. It's really, really slick. Thanks, Brian. Very, very slick and easy to navigate. It has updated project news linked to it, which will just have recent developments. We're gonna have a booth at Summerfest Friday night. And then it has, just a couple of links to, well, really this new website. It also has a link that has all of the agendas and presentations that have been made, starting in 2019 up to 2022 with agendas. This page also has a list of our building committee members. We're also starting to put together subcommittees, the first of which is communications. The next piece of this is starting to put together and engage people in the educational visioning part of it, as well as sustainability. There's a FAQ page as well that will continue to expand. This is just kind of the start of it. Right now, we've got a list of 5 different commonly asked questions. One big question that continues to come up was renovating the 3 schools and then building a 4th school considered. And we put together a pretty comprehensive answer here. What it would take to actually do that, and then at the end have greater operational costs and potentially a 4th principal. Just moving kids from one building to the next as you're renovating it, it turns what is already a 4 or 5 year process into a potentially one that could be as long as 12 years. As you're going from school to school and you're displacing students as you're renovating the existing K-2 campuses. So the practicality of that and what you end up with is just it's not a viable option, frankly. And so we have a pretty thorough answer to that as to why. I would also stress, one of the things that I've also heard from community members, and people are really connected to their K-2 school and their small neighborhood school, understandably. And it's hard to let go of that. And it's also very challenging. And this is, for any community, how do you make a large school feel small? My answer to that is, if anybody knows how to do that, it's the town of Scarborough. Because Wentworth is a model for that, a school within a school, and it was designed specifically that way, to have smaller learning communities within a large building envelope. So we are uniquely suited as a community to have a large K-2 school, which I would certainly advocate for being designed in a similar manner. I think the learning community model at Wentworth is very unique, is very innovative, and it's also very effective. So just wanted to point that out as well. That's the FAQ part. And then there's, again, as I described on the website too, there's the project history, which has the prior workshops, has slides very much like the ones I shared with you. And then there's also a quick 2-pager flyer that will be disseminated at Summerfest tomorrow night. And there's also a link to the webpage. This is just a 2-page flyer that also has a QR code that will lead everyone directly back to the webpage. So. And that is the presentation part of things.
Thank you so much for coming and giving us that. Any questions for Jeff off the bat? Or the school board? Councilor Katarina?
I have several that I wrote down as everyone wants to bear with me. Could you talk about the state mandates regarding the second floor use? Certain grades can't be put on second floors.
Believe it's kindergarten and first grade.
Okay. So I felt that was peculiar, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Particularly given what you do today with,
I think on second grade on up, you're good. Yeah.
And have you done, you touched on it, constituents, the users of the schools, i.e. parents who live in the neighborhoods. You did mention they're very attached to the neighborhood schools. Has there been outreach and I'm gonna look at all people this as to whether they're on board at this point with the consolidated school?
That's a really good question. I mean, I mentioned that just kind of anecdotally almost, when I talk to people, they're very connected, to their small neighborhood schools. And then when I was just reading about the history of the project and some of the presentations that have been made, that's really been, that really resonated with me anyway.
Right, that's my understanding. Because I, of course, having been on the council since 2013, I've seen the iterations of this over time. And I know that when it was originally brought up, there was quite a bit of pushback from, neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And I get that. I mean, this is just my own personal opinion that to me, little ones, I can't see them in a big school like that developmentally and whatever, and busing time and whatnot. I personally have concerns about that as a former teacher and someone who's been, educated in child development, whatever. But I certainly get the practicality of having, the consolidated school, which leads me to my next question.
So if I could just
Sure.
say one thing about that. So one of the things that we have talked about in our educational visioning workshops has been you know, to really focus on that school within a school model and even to perhaps have two different entry points. So maybe K1 students enter on the south side of the building and 2-3 students enter on the north side of the building. So it doesn't feel
Right.
so crowded. And so attention really being given to that. And I think, you know, unfortunately, the harsh reality as it pertains to our neighborhood schools is that there is literally no remaining space on those footprints to expand on those.
Well, that's why I asked about that second floor thing. Because I
Yeah.
learned about that back in 2015 or 16, that I never knew. The
Mm-hmm. Right.
state said. "Huh, you can't
Well, and
have
our
K-"
current K2 schools
Yeah.
aren't built to handle the load of the second floor,
Right.
right? So you couldn't just
Yeah.
expand on
Yeah.
top of them.
Which, my other thing is, are there any other districts in Maine or New England of similar geographic and population size that have consolidated their elementary schools? Because I couldn't find any in Maine myself, but.
Well, I came from one. I
Oh, you
mean,
did? Okay.
yeah. Well, it's, so Falmouth had, Plummer Moats and, or Mason, it's in that got combined to a fully K-5 building.
But that was the same geographic size and population size as Scarborough.
Yeah, it's 2,000, well, it's 2,200 versus 3,000 as far as enrollment.
Yeah, but we're talking about of the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know another nearby district, Bonnie Eagle, and I actually used to work there.
Yeah.
And when I worked there, we had 4 small elementary
Right.
schools in Buxton, and those were consolidated into one school. Buxton
In
Center.
just Buxton.
Yes.
Okay. I forgot they had done that.
Another thing that I learned the other day, Jean Marie, to that point, and I will ask Lisa to step in if I misspeak, but the state actually, when they're funding projects, is gearing districts towards
Mhm.
consolidation. So that's just something.
I
to
was
think about.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, if I read correctly and heard you correctly, you're talking about potentially moving 6 back to Wentworth. That'd be awesome. I'm a former 6th grade teacher and I've
I
been
agree.
saying that for a
Yeah.
while.
I think it's a nice age group there, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's all my question.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing to understand with this is it's not just a school building, but it's actually a K-8 solution, right? So it's going to address everything across the board.
Thank you.
Questions from other counselors? Counselor Anderson.
Maybe not a question, but more of a comment, because again, I know we've talked a lot about in the committee about the 3 current locations. And I guess to me, that's something the council needs to be more involved in determining if this moves forward, how do we want to use those 3 properties? Because my understanding is those are town-owned properties, correct? And so we kind of own that. And I feel like that's actually going to be the big question. I think, Jean Marie, to your point, like, I think people are really attached to the community aspect that these schools allow. And I think the question that we need to be thinking about is how do we retain that community type nature in those locations, if possible. Again, maybe not every location is going to be a park or something, but I think to me, strategically, as we think about things, we're doing our parks and facilities master plan, and we know there's a need for more green space and space to do things. So this does kind of serve an opportunity as we look more strategically at our needs to say, if this consolidated school happens, how do we use these other 3 properties in a way to meet other needs of the community that are important to retain that community feeling, but also ensure an improved quality of life.
And Mr. Chair, if I might, my other question, actually, since you brought it up, is where? I mean, to me, if I'm gonna be the bankrolling you
That's the
guys,
biggest one.
I mean, it's like, I'm not gonna give you any money until I know all the factors. So where are you putting this?
We can't answer that yet, but we wouldn't ask you for money if we don't have a site. Like,
Oh, good.
we're well in that. Like,
That is the $1 million question.
yeah,
right
that is,
now.
but that
Well,
process,
it's more than $1 million.
it's been going on
That's
since.
the $140 million question.
It's been going on since February, and I think we're sort of coming to the end of that process.
Okay.
So there is an end point when,
Yeah.
design has to start, so that should be
Yeah.
determined.
Because to be honest with you, I can't even see putting this up for referendum until we know the answer to where.
Absolutely
Where are
not.
you doing?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. That would not happen.
Marie, do you have a good realtor?
Oh,
Scarborough,
Yeah.
bitch, man.
We're running out, right?
John, are you done? Councilor McGee.
Yeah, just to piggyback on some of that. So I was looking at the 2017 facilities master plan, and some of the work you've done, and I think one, it's a credit to you all staying with us for as long as you have. This plan is now 5 years old. So do you have an intent to update it with current enrollment figures to see where your assumptions have either you have a delta or, and on top of it, getting right back to Jean Marie's point here, there were actually 2 cited locations in this on the current school properties behind the middle school that could have been potential primary school sites listed in this master facilities plan? Why, was there a reason why that was abandoned? They're behind the middle school, both of the sites.
I think some of that was wetlands related
Yeah.
and just the cost of the site development.
Yeah, there's a vernal pool in wetlands.
Yeah.
behind the middle school.
Yeah.
It's actually multifaceted wetlands. Try to conglomerate the land necessitate the school beside, it's not big enough.
That's what I.
To include stormwater management, playground, parking, roadways to get in and out, it would have been insufficient.
So that's abandoned. It's been researched and abandoned. Okay,
That site has been-
thank you. I wasn't 100% clear on whether or not
Something
it's still viable.
Even tree frog related to.
Vernal
Sure.
pools.
That was a vernal pool.
The enrollment,
Yes.
we are going to do an updated enrollment study. But I think we've all sort of tried really hard lately to be clear that we already have exceeded the capacity of our buildings, so nothing is going to shift enough to change that.
Right. I think in general, there's a lot of numbers that I think, and the assumption in the modeling is based off of stuff from 5 years ago. So I was wondering if we can expect a fully updated version of this perhaps?
Yes, and I would just add to that, Nick, that anyone who's done an enrollment study anywhere in public schools in Maine over the last 3 years, you're way off
Yes.
because COVID threw everything. off.
But it is our intention to do an enrollment study perhaps after October, once we have settled numbers like for this year and to start projecting.
Right. And I mean, and it's everything though, because there's also teacher salary projections that you'd be saving by going consolidated.
Yeah.
And then my fear, I don't want to rehash 8 years worth of your hard work, but I have plenty of questions, and some of that probably could be solved by me spending a few days in front of YouTube, watching your old meetings. But I'm hoping that at least the public could get a sample of some of the high points. You had, I think it was 8 options listed. And in the document in that facilities master plan, you pretty much really kind of thoroughly explored 2 of them, B and F. And I was wondering how you got to that. How did you just narrow it down from the 6 to, from 8 options down to the 2 to really look at? Just a brief background. Was it based on facts and figures? Was it based on kind of community survey feedback? Was it based on board members' feedback of what they wanted to see? Do you know how you got to the 2 options that you more thoroughly explored?
None of us were on the board at that time,
This was a
but
while ago.
it was
Right.
based on board feedback. It was based on the analysis. I don't know if Lisa can add anything to this.
Do you want to come up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing.
Can
If
you-
if you wouldn't mind, just,
And
I
also,
think this is important, and not being mic'd back there is a disadvantage.
and I also want to make it clear too, I don't expect all of the answers tonight. I'm just hoping at some point this information is readily available for consumption by the council and the public as we go through this process. So don't feel like you have to give me everything tonight.
So just assume that nobody heard what you said over there.
Start over. So back in 2017, there was a former superintendent and school board that analyzed all of the options, came up with pros and cons lists, and came forward to pretty much recommend those 2 options that you saw. And they walked the school board and community through that process at that time.
Thank you. And then one of the other things I just wanted to, and I don't know if this is something we tackled down the road, but the addition of a pre-K programming into what you'd be asking for. I think also having that portion of it separated out, what's the option if it wasn't a pre-K program in Scarborough would also be helpful for us to digest as well, whether it has impacts to cost and whatnot.
Absolutely. That's a discussion that's ongoing right now.
And then back to Councilor Anderson, Katarina's point of view was those other buildings. I'd be curious to see if, that becomes a brainstorming session for the council or for the school board or jointly. But that'll be interesting to dissect down the road as well, if that's the case.
Absolutely. I think April asked me to introduce myself. I'm Lisa Salwin with Harriman, principal and leader of the K-12 studio with Harriman, and been involved since the 2017 study. So we have a lot of history here, been with you guys since the 14 study as well, and are excited to continue the mission here. But to address that, that's been a big question we've heard throughout this process of what happens to those 3 campuses.
Well, and as I had noted, maybe right at the beginning, the what about pre-K thing, there's some number one, that could be a potential use for one of the existing K-2 buildings as an early learning center, which would then reduce the size of the consolidated school potentially to just be 1 through 3 as opposed to K-3. And then there's funding, grant funding, at least right now, you never know from the state how long that's going to last. But for the public option pre-K, there is some state funding and grant money available potentially for that as well. So that's an added benefit, as well as there's a real need, I think, in Scarborough for a public pre-K option, or a certain, maybe not a need, but you know what I mean, like a market for it for sure.
Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, thanks very much. First of all, want to just applaud your patience and your persistence, with this project. It does seem a little bit like Groundhog Day. I've been talking about this for a long time. So thank you for that. I had the good fortune of attending a recent visit to the primary schools, and was there at the beginning when the kids were coming off the buses, and I was pleased to see it didn't seem like they were really bothered at all by the crowding and whatever. So I mean, kids are resilient. That said, I mean, you don't need to repeat the need state. For me, it's very clear. It's a crying need for the primary schools, and our guys have been in portables, and that's something that it's unfortunate. I hate to admit we've had them for as long as we have. So you have my full support for this. The thing that's frustrating to me is that it seems like we've had a couple of leadership changes, and I think that, and some council or some committee changes. And every time that happens, it takes a while for a group to get going. We know that really well. So what can we do to help you move this faster, to accelerate it, to help you address the obstacles that you have? My sense is one of these, there's still a lot of resistance about moving away from the neighborhood schools. And I grew up in a small town. I walked to school from kindergarten until I went to junior high. One school was behind my house. We played on the school fields there. The other one was, a mile away. So I understand the attachment to that, and especially now during COVID and everything that's happening with the schools. But whatever we can do to help you with that in terms of working through that, because it does seem to me there are very few options, and it also seems very clear to me that the one big school is the way to go. I have 2 questions related to that. One is, and I know you can't tell us, but do we have a solution for the land? I mean, and how much land do you need? That's number 1. Number 2 is, how do you feel about putting something in or adjacent to the downs? Just to ask a couple of
Could I just
direct questions. Yes.
Question on the municipal in front of you, Lisa. I'll answer maybe the first part of your question. I'll introduce myself. I'm Dana Fortier. I'm a resident of Scarborough. I've been with the building committee since I think the early part of 2019, so maybe earlier than that. It's long enough. So I have 2 kids in the Scarborough school system, and I think to address your point around the the neighborhood feel of schools, you know, I love it. If we could find a way to avoid that, we really would have. I have kids that are gonna go into, I have a child going into Pleasant Hill this year. And I love having them around the corner. That being said, I lead our global facilities organization at IDEX. It's 175 facilities across the globe. There isn't a way to do it in Scarborough.
Yeah.
There's not land. The land that the facilities sit on is simply not large enough. The buildings are too old. Even if you tore them down and rebuilt them, it would be an enormous cost. And it would be an enormous toll on not only the taxpayers, but the students and the teachers. So it's a very real consideration when you look at what we have in front of us and the timeline that we have to do it in. If we had 4 or 5 years additional than what we have now, you know, we've already kind of crossed the point of no return. You know, the population is, I mean, we've been satisfying it with portables. So that's a very, you know, we, to your point, we have to move this forward. That's our obligation, and why, you know, I've spent time, Lisa spent time, we've all had a lot of folks putting a lot of hours into this. So it doesn't ease the pain at all of losing that community, you know, the community school. But I do think, and I visited Wentworth pretty extensively as we looked at this project. I'm a believer now that you can do a school and make it really a great place for kids to learn. In some cases, better, because they have access to the services that they wouldn't have at the small schools. Things that you can't bring in triplicate, you can now bring in single, because you have the mass to support it. So all really important points. And then secondly, on the land, we need about 25 acres to support the current program.
Because numbers I've heard are 5 and 10, now 25. So every time I hear the number, it keeps getting bigger. Okay, and we have less land. So I mean, this is an issue that came up the other day when our bond guy was here talking about our, you know, the value of our town. You know, there's just not much more. We're rapidly declining in the amount of land that's developable. Okay, not a surprise, but you know, the bond guy's telling us this. So I agree with everything you said. The only thing I say is help enlist us as a leadership team to work with you and the Board of Ed to get to walk through and work through these issues in the neighborhood schools.
We've done a communications committee, which is going to be really key. We at our last meeting, we put full fire on developing this. It just had the burner under all of it. So if there's a place to help, it's getting the word out, educating the public. That's something we hadn't been able to do because we didn't know what the solution was. We were still spinning around trying to figure out, hey, well, how do we do this? Is it workable? Communication is going to be the key. And because of all the reasons that you mentioned.
One final question. Can someone, and there's no need to name names, but I want to understand what happened with this project being on or not on the strategic capital plan. Okay, I attended most of the finance committee meetings, and for the life of me, I can't tell you, you know, I felt it was in and out of the window about 3 times. So can you please confirm for me, is it on the plan, and how or why didn't it get on there earlier? And this is a question for the superintendent and for Tom Hall.
I don't know if I have an answer to that. You know,
Okay.
from where I sit.
Because I don't.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I frankly, I don't think it's my position in this regard to put forward a capital plan on behalf of the Board of Education. But in fact, they have requested monies through the years to help support the effort, the ongoing planning and design efforts. What hasn't materialized is the actual construction request. And I don't think that should come as a surprise. They're still in concept design as we speak. I guess it's a 5-year plan that it could have been plugged in for out years. It's certainly a possibility, but it hasn't.
I think I can take a stab at that. And right or wrong, I think part of the thinking was we needed to be careful with the number that we threw out there. And we wanted to be right. We wanted to be within like a reasonable ballpark before we just had this number swirling out there that wasn't based on anything. So the number that you guys now have is based on concrete information, and I would anticipate it will be in our CIP budget.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel painfully so. It is on the plan. And it needs to, whatever we need to do to articulate that and bring it into clearer focus
Yep.
will be to everyone's benefit. So thank you.
So I think you hit on one of my key points, Don, and it's really a message for the school. So as a council, we receive two budgets. One comes from the town manager, the other comes from the school board. We have some discretion to make changes to those budgets, particularly on the capital plan. We usually keep them relatively minor, but my key point is if you want to go forward with this, you need to put it on your budget. That initiates a process and an analysis that's much deeper than what we've done to this point from our perspective. So put it on your budget. And if you don't know the exact number, you don't know the exact year, that's okay. That's a great way to start the analysis, the discussion, the engagement. John, it's not there today. It probably should have been. We didn't talk about it. It's nobody's fault, really. We knew the project or the analysis was going on. The other thing I haven't been able to get my mind around, but you gave me a great answer earlier today. My first question about pre-K, about the early learning center. If this is a 3-grade school, I'm fully behind it. When you add that 4th grade and potentially PK on top of that, you're talking 1,000 to 1,200 students. There's hardly any precedent for that. I don't understand how it could work. I think you can make K-3 work, and maybe there's other, permutations that you can make work. But I guess when you come up with the number, how many students are you trying to serve with that? What are you building it for? Is it 1,000 students? When you need 25 acres, is it for 1,000 students? Is it 1,200? Or, and if you do just 3 grades, do you need less land? You need less, less money, presumably, to build it. Those are some things that I'd like to understand.
I think we should probably answer some of that. I don't want to put you on the spot, but in terms of,
And if you don't have an answer today, that's okay.
Yeah, I think, that's something we'd have to study. We haven't studied the pre-K center yet. It's come up as an idea. But that's something we can look into as to what that would look like right now if it were a K-3 based on the 18-19 projections. And we go out to the latest year that they're projected out to, which is 28-29, and we add a 5% factor because we have growth that we just can't anticipate, or we need to have some flexibility. That would be 1,028 kids.
So it wasn't too far off, was it?
No.
Yeah. So 1,028 kids, that necessitates 25 acres. If that's 750 to 800, would it still be 25 acres or something less?
Possibly. The rule of thumb for an elementary school is 20 acres plus. Because you still have parent drop off, you still have parking, you still have bus drop off, you still have stormwater, you still have play fields and playgrounds and things like that. So it does take up acreage to make that happen.
And costs,
What's that? Yeah, we have the K1 that needs to be on the ground floor as well.
with the cost of building a school for 1,000 students versus 750, any idea what the ballpark difference there would be?
It's a square foot. At this point in the process, it would be a square foot per student, essentially. I mean,
Per student.
Yeah.
John, can I ask? So you're talking about a 1, 2, 3 school as opposed to K, 1, 2, 3, and for pre-K, K.
Pre-K, K.
I'm
That's-
looking at these guys
You say
and-
unpack, no, it wasn't my idea, but I thought it was a good one.
Yes, no, one of the ideas that we were fleshing out enrollment wise would be, because again, a common theme that's been coming up is what are we going to do with the existing schools, right? And so if we were able to, Eight Corners comes to mind, and just because it's centrally located with the rest of the campus, if that were to say, be renovated or changed or accommodated to become an early learning center, pre-K and K, then you're looking at building a new building that's 1 through 3 as opposed to K to 3, which would keep us, which would keep the enrollment likely in that school at least under 1,000. We're talking 700, 800.
Yeah, I think that makes lots of sense to pre-K, K together. As well.
So when I moved to
Development.
town, it was for these small schools, and actually, I thought Scarborough had a good model in that they get started in a small nurturing environment, And then they go to the big school with all the high tech and whatnot. And but I can get over that as long as that's a way that maybe you can get over it, you know?
No, and that's what it occurred to me just because, I don't know, maybe it's fresh eyes or whatever, but Wentworth is the first that I've seen in an elementary school, large elementary school model that makes that school within a school really work in a powerful way. And so I'm like, well, if this is gonna work to make a large school feel small, this is the town that can pull it off, because they're doing it right now with 3 to 5. You know, and I think a similar design for K-2 in particular, to really capture the power of having those smaller, more intimate learning communities for our youngest learners. I think it could really work.
So I'm glad you guys came, because I learned something and actually, go ahead, then. Sorry.
Sound like you were about to wrap that up.
No?
Which is fine. I know. Just a couple other quick questions. So first, let me start by saying, I think the rest of us here, I think this is a great step forward, because the last thing that I think this community needs is a school board and a town council that aren't on the same page. So I think more of these as we go through this process is going to be helpful, because we are one community. They're all our children. You know, we're all the parents that pick them up every day. So I think that's hugely important, and I encourage us to continue on this path of collaboration on this. My second part of this is from just a thirst for knowledge, I guess, is when you have your updated numbers, are you going to price out option B and option F? So we really understand, like, oh, here's the real cost of a pre-K, here's the real cost of a consolidation. And I know there's no endless budget to just keep hiring people to model numbers for you, but is that too much to ask, to have the two options side by side as you weigh them? Because I don't think I've seen any kind of financial analysis that compares one plan against the other. What I've heard, though, is that this is the most desired plan based on some logistical issues and whatnot, but I haven't seen any numbers that tell us that is really the way to roll. Is that a possibility to see something like that come forward?
You're saying the pre-K option and.
Well, you have B and F, so you have, I mean, pre-K is thrown in there on one of the options, but you do have an option here that renovates the middle school, keeps the 3 consolidated. I haven't seen.
Keep the 3 primary.
I'm sorry, keeps the 3 primaries. You know, I haven't seen any financial modeling on those renovation costs then and now, right? Because I mean, this is 5 years old, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, we could update those to today's dollars,
I
essentially.
guess that's what I'm asking. Is, are
But
we
that would
actually
be
gonna
a,
see
that would be a
comparison?
different model, because that was the K2, and the solution that's being talked about right now is a K3. So we could update those. It's just going to be a factor of adding another grade. But we can look at that in today's dollars. It's going to be the same, probably delta, just larger numbers between the
I
financials
think
and
that
the
would help.
BNF.
I think that's a thirst for knowledge, which is,
Yeah.
here's, you know, here were the options, guys.
Yeah,
This is
that,
where
and
we're
this
at.
would be based on the K2, looking at keeping the existing, which completely maxed out the sites beyond having any play area, and then the consolidated. But I think the other request I'm hearing is to look at that K, pre-K, 1, 3, and then also look at the K through 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just kind of to circle back to what Councilor Hamel asked, to just again, ask again, which I think we've all kind of iterated our commitment to partnering with you, but what is it specifically, if anything, that you guys need from us that we can do to help? I heard site selection is kind of the gating factor and the challenge. Is there something we can do to support that? Or is there anything else top of mind that you need from the town or the council to help advance this project? And again, maybe you don't know that today, but I think coming with us or coming forward with those asks, I think will be really helpful so that we can make sure we're collaborating with you guys.
Like, a great question. You know, as we roll through the site selection process, so a few parts to my answer here, and then anybody else can jump in, but as we move through the site selection process, the schedule is very, very aggressive. I think that's one thing that everybody here needs to be fully aware of. We can look at other options, and we should. I want to answer the questions, but I also want to caution us not to get into too many options, because what we'll find is that renovating those existing schools, maybe we could do one, but doing all three is going to be inordinately expensive, and we still have to build another one because they're not big enough. So with that, we have the train is coming at us, more students, and we're going to get to a point where we don't have anything else to do, and that will not be a great place to be. So in order to stay out of that path, we need to be in a position where we can, when we find the property, be in a position to be able to move on it and secure it. That's something that we collectively, I think, need to work out. And what's the process for that? I'm, more of a private industry guy, but, the process, I'm sure will have to, it'll take some time. So we want to make sure that we build in the schedule and the understanding for things to, whatever process needs to happen for us to get to the point where we can secure a piece of land. Because it won't wait around. The options that we have right now are not many, and market's good.
In terms of putting a piece of property under contract, does that require council action? Could the school board do it? Or do we not know? We haven't tested it.
But the assets are owned by the town. I mean, my quick answer would be, I think, the town council ought to be the one that is securing the property. They'll be the ultimate owner. I guess beyond that, there's a matter of resources. I've had the pleasure of being part of some of the site selection discussions. And it has been mentioned already tonight, there's not many sites within the focus area that even meet the minimum criteria, much less some of the more important, but other site criteria. And none of them are publicly owned at this point. So that means we're going to be buying property. So where those resources come from, I suppose we can structure a purchase and sale agreement that secures the property, that delays the, the closing, so to speak. It's likely to be the route we have to take. I suspect that issue is going to come before the BOE and the town council much sooner than later, certainly sooner than budget time.
So we have sort of two decision points, right? We have a project that will ultimately go to referendum, and we're going to have a piece of land that we have to buy before we ever get to that point. So that's one of the bigger challenges that we're going to have to face. And I think it's critical to the project being successful.
So we'll do some research on that one, because even buying the land would require voter approval, is
Yeah.
my understanding. So,
I think theoretically you could negotiate a purchase and sale agreement that would have that as a condition. You'd need a very cooperative seller to be patient, but theoretically you could accomplish it that way.
So the schedule you guys have to try and get to referendum is pretty aggressive. And for me personally, I think what you presented tonight, to me, demonstrates the crisis that we're in right now. And so I just like to hear from you guys a little bit about that why this needs to happen as quickly as it does from your perspective, either as educators or, experts in the field, because again, I see it. I don't know if we're talking about it in that way, and I don't know if we're doing that purposely, but I think what I see is a crisis. We're at a point, probably 20 years ago, we were there, and now we're just kind of hobbling along, which is, we've been able to make it work. It's been amazing that we've been able to continue to educate the kids, and the staff has been able to do what they've been able to do. But to me, it seems like we're there. We're at the crisis stage. We need to do something. We need to do it now. But I'm not feeling that urgency in this conversation. And I kind of want to see that and hear that a little bit. And so can you guys just kind of talk to that a little bit?
I mean, I think you're looking at 3 buildings that if you look at the footprint, either side is mostly private property, right? So we have nowhere to go. So there is no additional room for portables. There is no additional room for growth. We cannot build up. As Diane said, the buildings are not built to withstand another floor. And then we've got to Jean Marie's point, the added piece where the K-1 cannot be anywhere beyond the first floor. So our existing footprint is not, they are just not suitable at any of the schools, quite frankly. But then you target it, okay, what if we go down what Dana said and we go down the road of renovating these 3 and building a 4th? We're talking about displacing students for up to 12 years. So I want to be very clear about that. That option, when Dana says we probably want to be careful about going backward and looking at these options again, that option to renovate those 3 is really going to be disruptive. You're talking about kids starting kindergarten and being disrupted their entire K through 3 educational years. I mean, that's a very big ask. It's a very big lift for teachers, for parents, for students. So that to me is one of the biggest concerns or crises that we've got. How do we do this without with minimizing the amount of disruption to the kids and the students and the families? And that to me is the biggest.
Yeah, and as an educator, town after town after town after town after town, doesn't matter what state you're in, you're going from neighborhood schools into more phase-specific schools where all the teachers are and all your educators are under the same roof. They're collaborating, they're teaming, they're meeting the needs of kids. You need to be more flexible with space. All of these things, how we program, how we educate, fits this model as opposed to the small neighborhood schools, which definitely, don't get me wrong, have had their advantages. And, you know, if we can pull the ACs out of the portables, maybe we get there quicker and people's hair will be on fire. I don't know. Or if Todd wouldn't be so good at his job taking care of, you know, like these temporary structures that should have been falling apart years ago, you know, maybe we'd be in a more, to your point, John, we'd feel the urgency a little bit more. But you know, we just have wonderful educators and wonderful facilities, crews, and people that work for our schools that make the hobbling along feel so good, right? Because the outcome obviously and the focus is on our kids. So but is my hair on fire yet? All right.
He asked you to light us up.
There we go.
I think we hit on the most urgent thing, talking about where is this going to go?
Yep.
There's not more land being created, and
Correct.
it's just being eaten up and eaten up.
One thing that I think would be, sorry, one thing I think would be really helpful to see is we have, and we probably should have put it in the presentation, but we have a sort of a graph that shows what's your current, you have a line, right? That goes straight across. That's your current capacity. That's the number of students you can fit in your schools. And we have a growth line that has now gone past that line. Right, it went past that line 20 years ago when we started adding portables. We have another line that is the total number of students we can accommodate in our schools with portables in the schools that we have. We're getting really close to that line. We're getting very close to that line. And we're, you know, if enrollment starts to increase over the next couple of years, we're going to pass it, and we're not going to be able to sustain you know, the numbers of students that we have. We'll have to compress more students in schools. So when you look at the capacity planning model, that's where you start to really go, we have a problem here. And that's the message that we've been trying to deliver, but it's been, again, a lot of changes in leadership and a lot of things like COVID. So
I think there's 2 other things that haven't been mentioned. One is the gym and cafetorium is a real issue. There's a 25% decrease in program time because of that, because they have to schedule the entire schedule around lunchtime. And to be able to then convert lunch to gym, it's down for another period. And then you have gym pads against the tables to protect the kids from running into those during gym. There's not enough storage. I think the other thing too is to think about with 3 schools, they have specialists driving from school to school to school. So the downtime of just transportation between those 3 schools, if they're under one roof, they can serve even more students with less staff.
One more thing to add to that, the urgency factor, if we don't make decisions soon, I mean, Todd could tell you, there's going to have to be investments into these small schools. And do we want to make those investments? And then 3 years from now, decide, oh, we're going to build a new school. Like, we should really decide before we make substantial investments in those buildings.
Well, and from a safety and security standpoint, as you saw in the slide deck, the fact that there is not a dedicated vestibule in all 3 of those buildings puts everyone at significant risk. The fact that for anyone to talk to the receptionist at Pleasant Hill or Eight Corners, they have to physically make their way into the building. And we're having a safety and security workshop tomorrow evening as part of our board workshop. And really trying to make some inroads to how can we instill confidence in our community that we are working as diligently as possible to make sure that we have safe learning communities.
And just to add to that, from my perspective, the portables for the sixth grade, where they're coming in and out of
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
the building,
Yes.
that's
And Eight
not safe.
Corners.
8 Corners, yeah, so it's just, to me, that's a big concern as a parent, just knowing that kids are exposed like that.
I think hearing having those kinds of conversations is making this consolidated school a little more palatable to the people concerned about losing their neighborhood schools. I think everyone's sort of starting to come around to it. To Jean Marie's question earlier, I'm hearing less pushback on that. And that might be one of the reasons why, because you can start to see the benefits of having the new school.
For some perspective, I gotta throw this out there. I went to Eight Corners in 1974. Not to age myself, but the fact that we still have the 3 schools, I graduated in 87. The town population was under 10,000 people in 1987. We are more than double that now, and people are still coming. It's unfathomable that we're still here and trying to work on this. We have to I went to Dunstan School. It's now on the Vine. Bessie School was here. People talk about, oh, the hometown feel and the small town feel. Yeah, Scarborough's not a small town anymore. We have to move forward. People keep coming and until they can't anymore, they will. And we're bursting at the seams, and we have to, it's very, very different from when I was a kid driving around here to when I go through now. It's crazy. Same thing happened with, I don't know if anybody remembers coming to Maine and driving on the 2-lane turnpike. And Maine wouldn't go to 3 lanes and wouldn't go. And finally they did. And thank God, but we're in the same spot. We've got to go. It has to happen.
I would say another thing that would be helpful is helping with communication. I think we're doing a huge push on communication. We have the website up now. It's really meant to be a tool, point to people towards that. We have the frequently asked questions that as we get common questions, we're updating that. We just uploaded one this morning. But we also are going to do a series of public forums and community forums and very engaging forums where we engage the public. We want to hear from the public. We encourage the public to come out and be part of this because it won't be a successful school without their input. So just anything that you can do to help encourage people and communicate around those forums would be great.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to suggest that we get a list of those community forums and we ask for the counselors to each take one and attend one. Make sure that you have a counselor there.
That'd be
at
great.
every one of those. So.
Yeah, and part of the reason why I kind of deliberately walked you through the website too is just so that you understand that anyone in the town of Scarborough or anyone accessing that webpage has really all of the information. We tried to be as comprehensive as possible in a relatively easy way to navigate too, to have everything there for, and it's just that one link. Just go to the homepage, click on the page, and you're there. And so encouraging constituents and others or citizens really just to access that site.
Access the
is
site.
great too.
Come to the meetings.
Yeah.
Meetings are public meetings.
Right.
We're on Facebook, I think
Mhm.
Twitter too.
Just Facebook.
You're like,
We take on Facebook and the website.
We
this
haven't figured
summer.
out Twitter yet.
Either.
We're on social media.
And the more we can do this too, the better, the more that you guys can get information and stuff, and we can all sit around and figure out what comes.
Yeah, I
next
think
together.
there's this is a bigger challenge than I think we're necessarily recognizing. We did a survey not that long ago. We asked pretty point blank, do you support these major capital projects? And there wasn't a lot of support for the consolidated school. It ranked just behind the turf and track. And there might be a lot of different reasons for that, but I think take it for what it is. It means that there's some work to do to educate people about the need and the benefits that will come with it and what it'll cost. And I think it will take both parties
Yeah.
to be able to do that. Danny, I just want to make sure we're not completely walking that. I understand that there's a need to push forward. And I don't need us to reprocess the 8 different scenarios that were contemplated in 2017, but I do think the one that Jeff mentioned earlier about understanding if an early childhood center combined with a smaller consolidated school could be a potential solution. I would like to understand that.
I completely agree, and that's, that wasn't an option. I don't think that was contemplated in the study, but you know, as we looked at the 3 existing schools, it does require maybe a little less renovation, but we'd have to be careful about how much we want to get into. Because you sort of take it from one pocket and put it into the other. So, but it's definitely worth exploring.
Yeah, I mean, down the road, I could see it being a completely new early childhood center, but initially you're gonna have to put it somewhere.
Right, and you know, when that study was done in 2017, the public preschool thing wasn't really a thing then. So that's a more recent development.
I mean,
at
is
least in
that
the
further
state.
exploration something that you can do and come back and report? I think there might be an opportunity to really start to get some traction and some alignment over kind of the direction. But I really did hear overwhelming interest in understanding more about that. And I think it helps your site selection. I mean, I'm stating the obvious, but 5 less acres to look for is could be significant in citing this school.
Yeah, caution, I don't think it's going to change the size of the site all that much. So I just want to put that out there. But certainly it does change the size of the school, and it changes the big thing to consider is how the grading is structured, like how we structure the grade, because you also have to consider transportation, right? So you start, when you separate the school, now you start to create a lot of other transportation challenges, and those are all added cost. So those are all things that we have to sort of work through and weigh with the logistics side of things. But we can take a look at that and work through some high level, say, hey, does it pass the sniff test or not? And work from there.
We did also talk a little bit about the transition for students. Like, it sounds nice to have a small school, but then you're adding a transition year to their educational career. So that's just like sort of the flip side of that. And the other thing that I'm just going to say now is adding pre-K is going to add operational costs to our budget. So that's another big conversation about what the town will support.
Go ahead, John.
I was just gonna suggest too, like, because we've started to have this conversation a little bit about not just the council, but the committees that we have to figure out how there's a good way to intersect some of the work that's happening here, because we have a sustainability committee that you guys can engage with. We have a transportation committee that can partner with you guys that have experts on there. So again, I think that's something for the counselors to think about as well, like any committees that we're liaisons to, how do we bring some of this opportunity to them to discuss as well, because they're gonna, I think, be really involved or have expertise that would benefit this project as it moves forward too.
Yeah.
Great point. Shannon, anything else from your end?
Just 2 things. First off, thank you for allowing us to come. I think that when you ask what you can do for us, this is probably the biggest thing that you can do for us, is to really have this meeting and this dialogue where we can all be on the same page with the needs of the town. And then I did want to follow up to John's question about where are these crises points. So I think we heard the capacity is an issue. We have safety and security issues. We also have learning loss occurring with that combined gym cafeteria scenario. To what Lisa said, where it's a 25% loss in specials education. So that's your arts, your gym time, your music time. So we're already seeing that right now. So we have 3 very big pressing reasons and realities, right, as to why this consolidated school is really something we need to understand more, which is why tonight's helpful, but then move forward with it. As Dana said, the train's coming and it's not slowing down. So thank you for this. We are, I think I speak for all of us, we're all more than happy to answer any questions you have. Continue meeting, continue collaborating on this and moving forward.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
We appreciate it.
And we appreciate it. Thank you.
So we'll close this workshop, adjourn for 10 minutes and be back for a regular meeting, and hopefully you guys are off someplace happy by then.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Today is Wednesday, August 17th. This is the Scarborough Town Council regular meeting. Call this meeting to order, and if you'll join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Tony. Would you help with the roll?
Counselor Steiger,
Here.
Counselor Anderson,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor Katarina,
Here.
Counselor Johnson,
Here.
Counselor McGee,
Here.
and Chairman,
Here.
all present. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4 is general public comments. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to something that is not on our agenda this evening? If so, either raise your hand online or come up to the podium and feel free to state your name, address, and what you'd like to say.
My name is Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue in Scarborough. I have a question, and I don't know whether is that appropriate? Can I?
You can try. Worst case, we can take note.
Okay. The current project, town center talked about at the Downs. Is that the same as the project that I attended many meetings pre-COVID that involved a pool, basketball courts, gym, many things? Is that?
So pre-COVID, there was a process, there was a community center committee that was formed to evaluate a partnership with the Downs for a community center, and
Correct.
Edge Sports was involved.
Right.
We don't have a project for a town center. The Downs is contemplating constructing, but there's no town involvement with that, other than we need to give them some approvals for them to be able to do it.
Is it the same proposal? Is the town center that they're talking about the same proposal as was talked about pre-COVID?
We never talked about a town, well, I don't want to say never, but the focus was just a community center and a recreational center, not what went around it. The conversation now is, or what's being proposed is a town center with a community center adjacent to it. Oh, were you talking the downtown committee? I'm sorry, I forgot a committee. There was a committee that did talk about a town center. And that is, that is also being talked about by the Downs today.
That is the same as was talked about 2.5 years ago? The same
The same concepts, yes.
ice skating rink, playing fields, basketball courts?
So the community center had those things. The downtown committee was more about whether it's shops and restaurants, what kind of public amenities would be there. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any other members of the public that would like to come on up?
Hi, good evening. My name is Mo Erickson, and I live at 288 Pine Point Road. I'm addressing you guys tonight because I want to bring to your attention that you may or may not be aware that there is a clam closure in the town due to a sewage break that happened on August 9th. And 49 shellfish commercial diggers have been shut down for 21 days. That's mandatory. No work. Busiest time of the year. I have 3 people in my family that are not working. In this town, there's a marine warden, a shellfish warden, a shellfish committee, a town council. Not one of these people, to my knowledge, until today, I think, have investigated emergency funding or the such, or the like, if you know what I mean, about emergency funding for these 49 people. but I am. I think that speaks volumes. I think if 49 people lost their jobs, it would be devastating for a lot of people. And I think, considering that we are a marine industry town, I don't know why the Shellfish Committee, the Marine Warden, and the Shellfish Warden didn't take initiative to help these guys. I don't know why I am. Well, I know why I am. So, like I said, they're not working. It's real tough to sell clams for the same price that they would get now in February. My daughter pays for her college tuition, and she won't be able to do that because for 3 weeks, she's missing out on that money. I think it's kind of interesting that, when the town of Scarborough puts out their annual bulletins, they put this beautiful picture of the Scarborough Marsh, or the adult education pamphlets go out, they put out a beautiful picture of the Scarborough Marsh. But we don't pay a lot of attention to it when, we can't put too much attention to the infrastructure of the sewage treatment plants when the pipes are breaking. We're spending a lot of time, putting a lot of effort and time into other endeavors to make a few people happy, but not putting a lot of time into our resources. And I feel like we should start paying attention to our natural resources a little bit more. I think it's kind of ironic when people are going to Ken's Place and the clam bake and wherever else, and they're asking where the clams come from, and we're buying them from Canada. So I wish that we could support our own industry here, our own clammers, and maybe our town representatives, our town council, our clam warden, our shellfish warden could help the clammers here in Scarborough. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Response to that?
Please.
Sir,
Yes.
sorry, and I know we don't typically do back and forth here, but I did follow up on this today. I followed up with Stacy Brenner's office, okay, who is our state senator. She's very responsive. She put us in touch with Evan Myers, who I think is someone on her staff. They followed up with the Department of Marine Resources. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to circulate this. It just came in, an hour or so ago, but he indicated the state does not appropriate any funds for this type of event. Occasionally federal funding has been appropriated by Congress for fishery disasters, but those tend to be of a much larger scale and duration. So, his understanding is that, he talked about the municipal system failure and the fact, given the duration and the fact that it didn't look like it was much larger scale, he didn't believe there was, anything that would be that the DMR would be able to do, or other agencies. So that was the response. I haven't really gone farther than that, but I did want to at least let Ms. Erickson know that, and and I'm pleased that at least we got a very quick response from Senator Brenner, who was very helpful. So that's not the answer we wanted, but we did follow up.
Thank you. No. Seeing no further public comment, I'll move on to item 5, which is minutes from July 20, 2022, our regular town council meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? And we're going to go, because we have a remote counselor, we'll be on roll call today. So Tony, would you call the roll, please?
Yes.
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 Can't hear you. I think that's me. Yes.
Yes, Counselor Johnson. Counselor McGee
Yes.
and Chairman Clucci.
Yes,
That's unanimous. Thank you.
thank you. Item 6 is adjustments to the agenda. Does anybody have any adjustments to the agenda that they'd like to offer? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to treasurer's warrants, which I signed prior to this meeting, and then the town manager's report. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This evening, I do have both fire chief and police chief here. They're the ones that are really closest to covered in. They're here to provide a progress report. If it pleases the council, I'd like to move through a couple of my items first, and then we'll end with them. As I've unfortunately had to repeat, it seems for months on end, I continue to go through a number of kind of high-level recruitments. I should mention as an aside, this labor market has really proven to be challenging across all of our different employees, from entry level to the most senior level. And I know we're not alone. It's just perplexing in terms of just the number of candidates interested, and then the sort of challenges. It's truly an employee's market right now. So bear with me. I'm resolved to be patient and to really find the right candidate for each of these positions. We find ourselves going back out for both finance director and public works director. We do have good systems in place in the interim, but we find ourselves going back out to the marketplace. I am pleased to report, however, that our new planning director will report for duties next Monday. Autumn Spear comes to us from the Austin, Texas area. She's worked in planning for about 15 years collectively in a number of different communities, including very much similar position to what we're going to be asking her to do here. Autumn's making a huge commitment. She's moving herself, her husband, I think 3 daughters, school-age children, really making a lifestyle change, and very pleased to have her on the team, and very excited to introduce her in person at your next meeting. As was mentioned from the podium earlier, I'll give you a brief update on the wastewater leak. As was reported, we became aware, I think a resident reported to dispatch the evening of August 9th, about 7:30, that there was visible, bubbling up through the surface. What occurred was a crack in a force main that exists along the Eastern Trail. The location was essentially at Willowdale Golf Course and very close to one of the freshwater ponds that flows into the marsh. And it's estimated about 10,000 gallons of untreated wastewater did make its way into the marsh before the repair was accomplished. We consulted with both DMR and DEP. DMR, as is their protocol, instituted immediately a 21-day closure for the clam flats. I don't have the date when that will expire, but you can do the math, I guess. DEP didn't suggest, or certainly not require, that we do anything additional beyond that. We moved through the course of the week, and over the weekend, the owners of the Pine Point Co-op took it upon themselves to do some water quality testing in front of their establishment, really to their credit, and it indicated some very high levels of E. coli in the water. And with that news, we did issue a water quality advisory for all beaches that same day. And since then, the Scarborough Sanitary District conducted some testing. Results were made available yesterday. It did not show any elevated levels, and we confirmed that with our own testing today. And so we have lifted those advisories at this point. I certainly hear the concerns and share with those concerns, and somewhat apologize for perhaps a different response could have been had. I'll certainly be interested in working with Councilor Hamel to kind of pick up where he started, and be pleased to advance that further as far as we can. Also, as has been reported, I think at your last council meeting, LD 290, this is a so-called property tax freeze. Won't come as any surprise. This has been of great interest to our residents, and that's true statewide. The assessing office really has been very, very busy with both processing, answering questions, and accepting applications. And really kudos to the assessing staff. I've heard very positive things from residents, and I appreciate people's patience. There continue to be lines, but we're working through those as efficiently as we can. We as a staff still have questions as to how is all going to work, but we're certainly anxious to work with property owners and get them enrolled in the first instance, and that's what we're doing. Also, I'm pleased to announce I've kept you up to date on our dredging of the Scarborough River. We were able to get the Army Corps in earlier this spring to accomplish an emergency dredge. About 30,000 cubic yards of material was moved kind of in the mouth of the river, out toward the Prouts Neck Yacht Club. It was identified that there were really severe concerns with navigation and just simply the ability to come and go from our from the river and from our mooring area and fish pier safely at almost all tides, certainly low tide. So the Army Corps with their own vessel came in and accomplished that dredge this spring. And we continue to work with them on the full dredge, which is about 100,000 cubic yards. And that is destined for late 2023. There's a dredge window. I'm pleased to announce that we have secured with the assistance of Senator Susan Collins' office, $4.8 million in funding. It will show itself in the 2023 Army Corps of Engineers funding bill. So very pleased to have secured that and all permits are in place. So I see no reason that dredge will not happen on schedule. Also, you might see this award sitting up on the top of the cabinet here. It was mentioned earlier in the workshop, the town undertook a community citizen satisfaction survey a year ago, maybe 18 months ago. The company we contracted with was a company by the name of ETC Institute. And they were chosen for a number of reasons, not the least of which they have this national footprint and have some really good data for comparative purposes. We were advised about 2 weeks ago that we have attained a special honor. And there were, interestingly, many times in the communication talked about an 11-pound, and I encourage you to pick it up, it is heavy, award recognizing our achievement. Essentially, we are in the top 10% in the country. The award recognizes local governments that rank in the top 10% of all communities in the United States with regard to resident satisfaction with the overall quality of local government services, customer service, and the value provided for local taxes and fees. So this has been noted in the past. It's very nice to get some national recognition as well. And lastly, I just want to make you aware of some upcoming things in the pipeline, so to speak. There are a lot of things that have been kind of kicking around. Many of them are starting to kind of move to the front. And I'll talk about some things specifically that are ready for council attention. At this point, we have scheduled a workshop on September 7th, which will be your next regular meeting. For efficiency purposes and kind of continuity, we'd like to do a combined workshop that will include both the Downs annual progress report and the town shares and responsibility there. And as some councilors are aware, the Downs is interested in advancing maybe a slightly different approach regarding the GMO exemption request. And we'd like to use the balance of the time in that workshop for kind of a public unveiling of that and conversation among the council. Also that same night, probably under non-action items, the tax assessor will appear before you and give his annual update on the tax commitment. We're within days of him finalizing that work. It may be as soon as Friday this week, and we'll certainly issue a report and some media information around the final results. But I think it's important to have him in front of you and make a public presentation and be available for questions. So we'll get him in here the next chance we have. And the last thing just worth mentioning, that there are other things kind of in motion. The two things that are ready for attention and really need to work with leadership to schedule. We have 2 contract zone requests. One is an amendment, one is a new contract zone. One of them, the new one would be for a National Guard training center. This would be over on the Scarborough Saco line. This is something been talked about for years. And the other one would be Mercedes-Benz coming back before us yet again for a contract zone amendment. I don't know exactly what they're looking to do, but the planning director has deemed both applications as complete. And so the next step would be to have a joint meeting of the council and the planning board. If time allows and appetite allows for efficiency, I might suggest we try to do those back to back, just while we have the parties assembled. So I'll work with leadership in scheduling those out, and certainly more to come as we do have a lot of things in the hopper. So with that, I'd like to invite the chiefs up just to provide a progress report as they come to the podium. I think what you're likely to hear tonight, I expect, would be, we're pleased. There does seem to be some positive momentum. I think we all appreciate that this is likely always going to be a work in progress and never perfect. Certainly not never perfect. But they're here tonight to give you an update, and this is all leading up to the council revisiting this at the September 21st meeting. So please, Chief.
Thank you, Manager. Good evening. Just want to provide a update for calls for service. As we stand as of August 16th, the Scarborough Police Department as well as the Fire Department have received 300 calls for service to the Comfort Inn since the first of the year. Since our last council meeting on July 20th, we've received 63 calls for service. And for this month, we've had a total of 28 calls for service. The types of complaints that we've received to our department have been similar to what we've seen over the last several months, ranging from disturbances, threatening complaints, harassment, assaults, fire and EMS complaints, drug offenses and drug intelligence, and mental health evaluations. We've had a couple of meetings since the July 20th meeting, and that meeting has been with AJ Dillon, the owner of Comfort Inn, as well as his attorney and other stakeholders. And we've identified and recognized with them that calls for service are likely going to spike with security on site, and hopefully some cooperation from the residents there to not only report things to the security company, but also feel comfortable enough to contact the police department if needed. So we've jointly recognized that the calls for service may go up in the near term, but hopefully looking for a long-term solution so that we can bring the calls for service back down to a manageable level. About a week after the July 20th council meeting, our public safety teams met to discuss plans going forward. And I'm very proud to say, as a result of those meetings, we'll hold our first stakeholder meeting on August 23rd. And this will continue through early fall and beyond as needed. And the intent of these meetings is to develop partnerships, solve immediate issues, and be proactive to prepare for the long-term relationship with the Comfort Inn if needed. So that first meeting will consist of representatives from the police department, the fire department, the district attorney, Jonathan Sarbeck, will join us, as well as Councillor Hamill and Councillor Katerina. And we appreciate you both volunteering to be on this committee. And eventually, through the future meetings after August 23rd, it'll evolve to representatives from Polaris Security, the Opportunity Alliance, representatives from the Comfort Inn, as well as the Mills Common Association members. So we feel with all these stakeholders coming to the table, we can definitely take care of any ongoing issues and then project forward and try to be proactive to take care of any long-term issues. Polaris Security, we've been pleased with their level of cooperation and documentation. They send us daily reports about incidents that happen at the hotel. Those reports are concise, they're complete, and we can see some level of cooperation not only from the residents there, but also the staff coming to the security company and reporting incidents rather than trying to handle it themselves. And the security company has also contacted us as needed, so we can respond and provide any assistance that they may need. Social services, the Opportunity Alliance has announced this week that they have full-time social services will be in place on the first week of September. So this is a huge component to this whole overall solution. I think once we get some representatives there full-time, they'll be able to do some additional things that our social services navigator is trying to do along with the Opportunity Alliance, but on a part-time basis. That's just not the attention that the clients down there need. So we're optimistic about that. The Opportunity Alliance is meeting twice a week as of right now on Tuesdays and Fridays, and they continue to deliver meals twice a day to the hotel. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Any questions? Thank you for that update, sir.
All right, you're welcome.
Very
Chief
informative.
Kinlan.
Not as tall as he is. My update will be a little bit brief. Thank you for having me up here tonight. As you know, when I spoke on the July 20th meeting, one of my concerns that I expressed was some of the proactive approaches we were taking over there, life safety codes and things like that, and the cooking issue. Previous to that meeting, we had a very close call, and unfortunately, shortly after that meeting, we had a second close call that caused a little bit of hysteria over there. We were there late at night with the chief staff, and it was a interesting evening. But one of the things that came out of that, AJ and RJ quickly established a weekly inspection program where they're getting into the rooms. I think one of the things that really frustrated me was there wasn't much attention to what was going on in the building behind the closed doors. We were able to get in the spaces, the common spaces, but not so much the closed doors. On top of that, the attorney and our AJ and RJ have invited us to attend those inspections on Thursdays. And we have been doing that. We just did one on Thursday of last week, and we have found almost 100% voluntary compliance and removal of all the cooking items, the skillets, the air fryers, things like that, which is really going to reduce that concern that I have and the risk to the other citizens and those folks living there. So in very short order, he was able to turn that around and really enforce the cooking ordinance or the cooking rule that we put in place, that because of the life safety hazard, the occupancy of the rooms being more than your general 1 or 2 people in there, we took the authority having jurisdiction and rule and said we don't want cooking in that hotel other than microwaves, coffee pots, small things like that. So that's really, I believe that's going to make a big difference. I was very pleased when we did the inspection and those issues were resolved. So the proactive piece is really what we've been focusing on. We certainly don't carry the same burden that the police department has over there, but we are still responding on some of those medical calls and things that are still happening over there. And any questions for me, I'm happy to take. Yes.
Are your weekly inspections random, or are they every Thursday at a specific time?
They're not the same time, but they are every Thursday. And part of that is because they have to provide notification because of the demographic of how they're housing those folks over there. They can't just knock on the door and show up. They have to have 48 hours of notification before they come in. So any real random inspections, we certainly, when we're responding on emergency calls and we're over there, we take any opportunity we can to take a look around and see those things that we need to, but they aren't as random as I think you probably would like them to be. Yes, sir.
I'm interested are those inspections something that the invitation is open to counselors to potentially join you guys and see what's happening? Because I know we've been talking a lot about this, and I'm just curious to get in the facility myself and just see before we take action on the 20.
I don't think there's any reason why I couldn't have 1 or 2 counselors. One of the things we did choose to do the first iterations of inspections, we kind of showed up, I think, a little heavy-handed with police, fire codes. We all went in there. If we keep it limited, I think it would be perfectly okay. Attorney Braun has been fully supportive of our involvement in that, and RJ also, we give them some support when the occupants have questions on why we're doing the things we're doing. So I think we can arrange something, but I would defer to the town manager.
I'd like to think more about that. This is where people are living. I think we need to be aware of that. It may well be something we can do and manage comfortably. Certainly getting into the facility and seeing the common spaces will give you a pretty good flavor of what's going on. And, I don't choose to go on these inspections. I have full faith that our staff are going to report what they're seeing. And I think you get a pretty good sense of just walking into the space and up and down the hallways. Right?
Yeah, John, there's because it's a item that's on our agenda and before us as a council, and we're acting in a certain capacity, that we've seen some legal advice that if we wanted to have a council visit as a body, that's something we might be able to arrange, but individual counselors doing it, it's frowned upon, but we could run it back by them.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. So
anything else?
Just one piece, and I'm not sure if it's for which chief, as I recall, with some frequency, maybe not weekly, but there was an understanding that you get guest lists. So you had a sense of who was actually there on a given week.
Yes, that's correct. We did have a 2-week hiatus because of vacations and what have you, but I did receive an updated list from AJ yesterday. And that prior to this 2-week span of time, it had been consistent.
I bring that up. That's just yet another example of us really getting our arms around and understanding who's there, what's going on as best we can, and certainly gaining access to rooms, understanding who's there on a weekly basis is all part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Tom. Next up is item 9, a non-action item, report from the Scarborough Housing Alliance pursuant to order number 22-039 on the conversion of lodging to affordable workforce housing as requested by the town council on April 6, 2022. This is coming to us from the Housing Alliance. There's a detailed recommendation or considerations in our packet. Councilor Katarina, I believe we have the chair of the Housing Alliance with us online. You want to introduce this before we try to pass it?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that had come up. I forget when, if you may recall, we had a request from a developer who wanted to switch the Candlewood suites to housing, and some counselors turned it down. It got turned down, but it was, after more thought was given, it's like, do we want to look at potential if the hospitality industry seems to be changing significantly? And is this a way to get housing in for the workforce housing? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Shumway, who
Now, can we promote Brian to a panelist? Brian, we're going to try to see you, if that's okay. Oh, there you are.
Actual grin.
There you are. You're on mute, though.
Lovely. No.
Thank you for coming and for
Anything
sharing
out
this.
sooner or later. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman.
What did you learn? Or what advice do you have for us?
Well, I appreciate you the opportunity to study and comment on this timely issue, and I really appreciate your leadership. And I think it's a clever opportunity to deal with two problems simultaneously, and I think hopefully solve both of them. The two problems being this issue in the lodging industry with maybe the obsolescence of a business model, and then the perennial undersupply of quality, affordable, and workforce housing in Scarborough. I think this merits an appreciation by the entire community for the work that you guys are doing to spot this opportunity, and I truly appreciate it. Scarborough Housing Alliance is a group of volunteer residents who meet monthly to address issues related to housing, whether it's affordable housing, workforce housing, or other housing in town. On the heels of the recent request to convert the use of a local extended stay hotel to multifamily housing, you asked us to advise you as to what issues to consider when reviewing future requests. So over the past several months, the Alliance has worked hard to study the issue and provide the requested advice. And I think Tom has provided you all with a written report that we've produced. I hope that it's useful to you as you develop policy to help expand the inventory of protected, affordable, and workforce housing in town. Tonight, I'll share a few of our key takeaways that are found in that report. First of all, the Alliance supports the creation of a streamlined process to allow for the conversion of hospitality properties to multifamily properties in certain zoning districts. We found that there are a total of 20 hospitality properties that we identified in town that lie within 7 distinct zones. Although we see little reason to limit the conversion of these properties in the long run, we recognize that certain areas lend themselves to having less residential impact than others. Therefore, in the initial implementation of any new policy, we recommend that a streamlined conversion process only be available in properties that lie within the B1, B2, B3, TVC, and TVC3 zones. We recommend that proposals are reviewed for matters of suitability, like promotion of community, access to shared transportation or non-vehicular transportation, pedestrian circulation, recreational infrastructure, residential management, and parking infrastructure. We believe it's important that all proposals involve self-contained independent living dwellings, meaning each individual living space should have its own kitchen, bath, living area, and not have any shared components. We believe that proposals should be screened to ensure that handicap accessibility principles and laws are being incorporated. We recommend that the council create a clear, consistent, and predictable process for applicants to go through. Consistency and predictability ought to be the measure of success of the policy, rather than the number of units that are created. Proposals should include at least 10% of all units as affordable units, and no more than 50% of all units should be unrestricted. That is neither affordable nor workforce. We recognize that these proposals will be for the conversion of existing structures that already draw on the town's fire, police, water, sewer, traffic, and other resources. Therefore, the conversion of these units should not be subjected to the limits imposed by the growth management ordinance, except to the extent that additional units are created through new construction. Finally, we recognize that the town of Scarborough has several oversight boards that deal with land use, building code, and other similar issues. We recommend that one of these existing boards be charged with implementing any new policies that are created by the town council. And we urge the council to ensure that whatever policy is created be clear and concise, both in its intention and in its content. Thank you again for the opportunity to study the issue and for your commitment to the development of a healthy and diverse stock of housing in Scarborough that includes enough workforce and affordable housing to meet our needs and develops our town in a manner consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you very much.
Brian, I found your report and what you just articulated to be extremely well done and thoughtful. So thank you guys for hopping on and doing it. Any questions that you guys have for Mr. Shumway? Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Brian. He's a great resource, and it's a pleasure to have him helping us to get our heads around this issue and to offer input and suggestions for how to move forward. Brian, I was kind of curious there. Were you able to assess at all kind of impact on services, schools, that sort of thing for these types of conversions?
We weren't, but we did note that there is already an impact on many of the services in town, which I had mentioned, whether it's water, stormwater, sewer, police, fire, traffic. And, of course, depending upon the unit sizes that would get created in one of these conversion proposals, you'd be more apt to have, the likelihood of, children in the households, which would then have an impact on the schools. Frankly, I think if you look at the stock of hotels in town, it's unlikely that you will be seeing 3 and 4 bedroom conversions, 3 and 4 bedroom apartments. It's likely that it would be 1 and 2 bedrooms, and which lend themselves to a certain family size. And frankly, I think any one of those conversions is no more likely than any one of the number of homes that we have lying around town already filling up with children. So I think on net, that while we didn't study it, my intuition is that there likely would not be a huge impact.
Thank you. A follow-up question on that. As you, I'm sure, appreciate, there's a lot of buzz about possibly revisiting our growth management ordinance and, taking another pass at possibly updating that. So, and one of the things that's been a, sort of a hot topic is the fact that we don't really require any permits for affordable and low-income housing, right? So is that the kind of the similar rationale you take in the case of these facilities? You think can you help us understand the reasoning for why you think they should continue to be exempted?
Sure, it's a good question. So it's the same outcome, but for different reasoning, Counselor. With the advocacy for the exemption for affordable and workforce housing in the GMO, that's generally seen as advancing a policy objective to help remove hurdles to the development of that type of housing. With our recommendation or with our report here, what we're recognizing is that this stock of structures is already having an impact on the town, and so the purpose of the GMO is to help limit additional impact on town. And and we are sort of recognizing through our recommendation that the conversion is less likely than any other new development to have any impact. And so it's, while it feels like a similar thing, it's a slightly nuanced, different reasoning behind the recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am never disappointed by the depth and breadth of your explanations.
Oh, good.
You're very thorough on this topic. Thank you.
Continue the
Thanks,
streak. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, I just want to thank the Housing Alliance for taking this on and doing the work. I think you guys did a great job and had a great report. I guess one question for us is probably like, what's the next step with this good work that was done? Because I think Brian mentioned a lot of things that we need to do next. And so I'm just curious if we have a perspective. So that's probably more question for the council. But I'm also curious if this came up at all as you guys were doing it. And it's probably outside of the scope of what you guys were charged to do. But I'm just curious, did you guys look into like other uses of these facilities? Because I know clearly housing, it's gonna meet two needs, housing and address the issues within it, the industry. I'm just curious, are there other things that hotels are being converted to that are facing this challenge? Or I don't know if Sedco has looked into other qualified uses. Not that I'm saying we don't do this. I'm just curious because I don't think we would want to do this for every hotel, but
Yeah.
we still have the industry challenge that needs to get addressed.
Yeah, we didn't look into that. I know, anecdotally, these are structures with, particularly the suite extended stay type structures are structures that contain, bedrooms and doors and toilets and kitchens and it's a very natural conversion to make without having to completely retool the building. And so I think, and when you look at the conversion of a piece of real estate, the less you have to redo and the less you have to undo, the more economically feasible it is to do the conversion. And when you're making the decisions, it's all about whether you renovate or convert or do you start from scratch and build something new. And so I think the more you have to redo and retool, the less likely it is that you're going to do a conversion to an absolutely new use. And so I think in the cases of these lodging uses, that at least at the moment, the only real thing that makes sense is conversion to housing. And then, even, in some cases, it's not always going to make sense to try to convert to a multifamily use. It just, it's going to be a structure by structure thing. And I think we'll see that in people just choosing not to come forward with proposals.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Johnny, I think you hit on a good question in terms of what do we do next, right?
Mhm.
I think a part of me was hoping they'd come forward with ordinance language that we could run through ordinance, but I think that was an unrealistic hope. So I think we have a planning director that will be starting soon, but I think if there's appetite for the council, I think the next step will be to start working it through committees and staff to see what tweaks might be made to allow for this type of conversion process. I'm seeing a bunch of nods, so. Yeah.
It's on our list.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much, Brian.
Well, you're very welcome. Thanks for the opportunity. Good night.
Next is order number 22-076, a 7 p.m. public hearing and schedule a second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 301, the Town of Scarborough Administrative Code, and adding Article 13, Department of Engineering and Technical Services. Are there any members of the public? Well, first, do we want to introduce it? It was at our last meeting. Liam?
Sure. So just to give some background, this is really the evolution of our technical division. We're proposing to move that into a standalone department out from underneath, structurally out from underneath planning. It's, I think, representative of the work that division has done and how that has evolved and grown and just makes good practical administrative sense. So.
Sure. Thank you for that. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? This is a public hearing. Seeing none in person and none online, do I have a motion to schedule a second reading on these amendments?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I support this. I worked on this with Liam and, we looked at it from a couple of different perspectives, but I think it makes a lot of sense in terms of the growing scope and complexity of the responsibility of the role. And also, it makes sense in terms of, maintaining a flatter structure. So there's a lot of good reasons for this, including the person who will be leading it and her background and experience.
Thank you.
Just, it's worth noting, we're not proposing any additional staff. This is just reorganizing existing staff. And again, we're being a bit opportunistic with a planning director vacancy. We thought we'd do this and having a kind of a fresh, clean start, if you would.
Seeing no further discussion, Tony, would you call the roll?
Counselor Sider,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucia.
Yes.
That was unanimous. Thank you.
Order number,
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry. Counselor Johnson.
thank you, Ken. Order number 22-079 is a 7 PM public hearing and action on the new request for a food handler's license from Tiffany Alvarado McKenna doing business as the Grady's Butcher Company located at 450 Payne Road. Tony?
This is actually an existing business, but pursuant to the ordinance chapter 1015, they were late in bringing their application for renewal back. So we have to act as if it's a new application, but everything is fine and we recommend approval.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, close the public meeting, and do I have a motion to approve the license?
So moved.
Second.
In discussion? Seeing none, Tony?
Counselor Sider,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Himmel,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucia.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving to old business, we have order number 22-074, second reading on the new request for a marijuana license from the following businesses. First is Theo's Place located at 148 Pleasant Hill Road for a medical marijuana cultivation. And second is Rose Smoke LLC located at 3 Commercial Drive for medical marijuana products manufacturing facility and a medical marijuana cultivation facility. Liam, would you like to introduce this?
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, I would like to request to consider these 2 licenses separately. So I request to divide the question.
Okay. So we'll do that after we put it on the floor.
So just to briefly introduce these, both of these establishments have been inspected by staff. At this time, we'd like to request that the Theo's Place license be tabled until the next meeting. We did do a follow-up inspection today with a few members of staff. They've made some good strides in some of the requests. There's a few outstanding items. And again, we don't generally recommend any approval with conditions. And so we'd like to clear those 2 things up before it comes back to you for consideration and approval.
Very good. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion to put it on the table?
So moved.
Second.
And before we go into
Yeah.
discussion, do I have a motion to split the question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we could split this question, please.
Okay, let's take a vote on splitting the question. Do I have a
Yeah,
second?
why not?
Second.
Second.
Okay. And Tony, would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Sider,
Yes.
Counselor Hamlin. Hamlin, sorry.
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
and Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucia.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
So we'll now address these items separately. The first is Theo's Place located at 148 Pleasant Hill Road for a medical marijuana cultivation facility.
Motion to table the
Okay, thank
request.
you. Motion to table to
Second.
until our September 7th meeting.
Yes.
Do I
Second.
have a second? And any discussion on the tabling? And which we can't do anyway. So Tony, would you call the roll?
Counselor Sider,
Yes.
Counselor Himmel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucia.
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, so that motion is tabled. Now we're left with Rose Smoke LLC located at 3 Commercial Drive for the approval of their license. Do I have
Yeah, sorry.
We already have a motion. So is there any discussion? Would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Keeler,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Cochi.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Moving to, I fully expect that my technical abilities are going to be challenged this evening, by the way. New business, order number 22-080, first reading and scheduled public hearing and second reading on the requested charter amendments as forwarded to the town council by the Charter Review Committee, and to place the charter amendments on the ballot for the municipal election scheduled for Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. Such amendments to be effective on December 1st, 2022, if adopted by the voters, and schedule a public hearing and second reading. We've had a good amount of work to this point to both commission a committee to review our charter and provide recommendations. We've had a couple of workshops to synthesize that work and understand where we might want to move forward. Staff and legal has assimilated all of all of that body of effort into what is before us in this package. That's my introduction. I said town council. So Tom, do you want to add anything?
Just a couple further pieces. In consultation with legal counsel, we were able to consolidate a number of these things into kind of light categories, if you will. So there'll be a total of 5 ballot questions.
Oh, okay.
7, excuse me. There'll be a total of 7 ballot questions, which should add some efficiency to the whole process. As was mentioned in the motion, we did add an effective date. We failed just to have that conversation. And we have looked back at history, and it's been anywhere from effective immediately to January 1st. We thought December 1st was a reasonable time frame. And I suspect there may be some discussion, again, in consultation with the town attorney, particularly on the change of the municipal elections for members of the Board of Education. There really was not a transition plan discussed, and we have included additional language proposed here before you this evening and to be proposed to the voters in section 801 that would provide for that transition.
Mhm.
I'm certainly pleased to speak to that if you wish.
Okay, so that's any questions, I guess, before we put it on the table and ask for public input. Councilor McGee.
Was there any discussion with the Board of Education about those changes?
I personally have not. Tony, are you aware?
So I did ask Shannon, the chair of the BOE, about it, and she said that she certainly supported it and sensed that the full board did. I suggested that before we get it to a vote, they might want to take some sort of action to signal that to us. That was about a month ago.
I'm sorry, I'm referring to the the way the terms would roll. I don't know if that's.
No, I didn't go, I
Okay.
did just the June election piece, not the.
One way or another, there needs to be a way to manage it so the board is fully functional and functioning and able to conduct its business. So if there's a better and a different way of doing this, we're certainly open to it. I would suggest that you have 2 readings. And so there's an opportunity for further input if this is not acceptable.
Any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And discussion? Councilor Seiler.
To Nick's point, like I would just request that Counselor Anderson, as our liaison to the BOE, touches base with them and gives them an opportunity to have a discussion maybe publicly, and then just whatever the consensus of the board is, that we have a report on that before second read.
Good idea.
And perhaps it's worth just mentioning the way this is currently constructed, and I'll read just a portion of it, is that the term for members of the Board of Education elected on or prior to November 8, 2022, that's the upcoming election, shall continue to serve until the successors are elected and qualified at the second Tuesday in June. Effectively, these members will be serving
An extra 6
an
months.
extra 7 months, if you will, each of them, until it works all the way through. So the newly elected members are the first ones Even they will have to serve that in the final aspect of their term.
Hmm.
So it's not an easy way to transition, but it has to happen one way
Yeah.
or another.
Yeah.
Someone is either shorted or has to serve a longer term.
And for some context, we, at the charter committee level, we had that conversation too, that it was not going to be an easy transition either way. You're shorting somebody or extending somebody. The only two ways you can do it.
Could we have someone explain again, and I know that this has been answered before, but just for the council's benefit and the benefit of the public, the rationale behind it? And I know April's been helpful with this, but I think it might be helpful if that's something we do now, or otherwise Jean Marie's going to tell me it
I'm
isn't.
gonna tell you.
Okay.
Actually, the charter commission, correct me if I'm wrong, our final, we really didn't want to split it out. I mean, we felt, no, it should all stay in November. But then somehow or other, we decided, all right, if the school board wants to do whatever, we'll do it, but.
In fact, I think the recommendation was to move town council to June as well.
Well, that was the original recommendation and everyone was like, are you kidding?
I think
Well, they
that's what
both
came.
passed.
It passed.
So the committee, the council, I believe, is the one that modified putting the town council elections back to the November spot. The Board of Education ones originated at their request, and it had everything to do with their budget cycles and onboarding of their membership. That the November was a tough time for a new member to come in. That's why the request was made originally from the public or BOE.
And I think, just to refresh everybody, we initially rejected, moving any of the elections.
Right.
Counselor Seither, informed us, haven't been on the board. that
I was
there's
I was
solid
the chair
rationale.
of the BOE when the request was made to the Charter Commission. I was the person that made the request on the behalf of BOE
So we can-
after extensive conversation, public conversation as the BOE, as a body.
So
So
we can refer to this in the future as the April Seither clause then.
Sure. It won't affect her
Sure,
though.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm losing track of it. Any other discussion? Okay. Would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Seither,
yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Tucci.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Order number 22-081. First reading and scheduled public hearing and second reading on the order authorizing issuance of up to $12,938,995 in bonds of the town to fund the cost of renovation, expansion, and equipping the Scarborough Public Library, and to place the following question on the November 8th, 2022 municipal ballot. Shall the order entitled Order Authorizing Renovation, Expansion, and Equipping of Scarborough Public Library, authorizing issuance of up to $12,938,995 in general obligation bonds of the town of Scarborough and appropriating the bond proceeds for the project be approved. This request originated from the library trustees. I happen to notice that the president of the trustees is with us. Do you have any comments that you'd like to add to help introduce this? I know I'm putting you on the spot. Feel free to come on up. And thank you for coming.
I will be brief. But I am very happy to be before you again. I can't say enough about the support and assistance that the town council has given the library trustees in pursuing this project. This is a project that dates from early 2000s. And it was on the ballot in 2006. And now here we are again. We've spent the last 3 years in intense analysis of what sort of proposal to put forward. The last time we were here was the workshop in June 20th, and we've been here on several other occasions. And we thank the council for keeping such a close eye on it, because your questions, your challenges to us have made our project a better project. The council has also had a finance committee review this past week to identify the appropriateness, viability of the bonds in this particular atmosphere. And it was found that the town of Scarborough would be able to handle this bond situation quite satisfactorily at this time. The town council has also provided nearly $400,000 of support over the last 3 years that has allowed us to have architects, engineers, cost analysts, et cetera, to help us to develop our plans. To update you on the cost issue, this past month, July, we had the Simons architects retain a professional analyst for costing out the project because, as everyone's aware, there's substantial inflationary conditions present in the marketplace at the current time. The pricing was increased to 13.9 million. We have put before the board a proposal for a bond not to exceed 13 million. The additional costs are going to be covered by private donations. Some of these are really unknown, but they're not going to be insubstantial. We have anywhere from 18 to 24 months where we're going to be out of the library because the library is going to be completely renovated. And that means we have to find space, renovate that space to make it suitable for a public use as a library, and occupy it for at least 18 months of the construction phase. So we can't define that cost at the moment. And we're working on all sorts of avenues as to what might be the most economical way to do that. The current cost estimate was verified by a third-party professional estimator and includes several substantial inflation factors for 2023 construction. The town's finance department and Mr. Hall provided us with an analysis of cost impact on the tax rate, and it's about 1%. So we're pleased to provide that to the public, that information to the public, because it was a question that had been asked. As far as updating you on, and I should say, what we're building is going to end up being about the average size of all of the libraries in the region. So there's no Taj Mahal being proposed here. We have a tremendous library staff, and that was reflected in the survey that was taken last year. The survey did not show that the town doesn't want to expand and improve library services. What it said was the library is doing a heck of a job, as we all know, if you've ever benefited and used the library services. So any suggestion that the survey said, no, don't do this, is wrong. The survey just said, you're doing a heck of a job. The fundraising effort has really picked up speed. Our goal, using the DeMont professionals, was to raise $450,000 in cash this year to demonstrate to the town council and to the public that this was a truly viable project. And the DeMont people estimated $2.25 million could be raised. Well, we've blown through the $450,000 figure already, and fully expect to hit a substantially larger number before this year is up. Very significant contributions, commitments are being made, and I'm delighted to say the Prouts Neck community is coming through like gangbusters. And the Lacases are a force to be reckoned with in terms of their ability to raise money and get people to support this project. We fully expect that based on what the DeMont people are telling us now, that we're likely to be able to raise $3 million. All of that money will be used to pay for whatever expenses are over and above the 13 million. And we still intend to work with the town manager to develop a good program, which we will present to you in the future, that says, here's the relationship between the town and the library, and how and benefit from the town's methods for the Wentworth building and the public safety building to use efficiencies. So we have every intention of doing that. DeMont says they have a very high expectation probability of success at the $3 million level, and wanted that message sent. I would conclude by saying the library has really engaged in the process of due diligence to look at every alternative, to look at the configuration of the building. And I applaud the town council for its due diligence. John Anderson has been an excellent representative, worked very closely with us on all aspects of this. Anyone who's gone through this building, the library, is quickly of the opinion that this is an absolutely necessary, demonstrably clear project that needs to be done. And now I think the town council and the library board of trustees come together and say, this is now time to put it out to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? If so, please come up, state your name and address, and say what you'd like to say.
My name is Susan Hamill, and I live at 3 Bay Street in Pine Point. I'm happy to hear that the fundraising is going so well. The Finance Committee met yesterday and showed that the library, the project, the timing, and all the financial modeling is very complicated. This town is considering borrowing $13 million for the library and another $170 million for a school and community center over the next year. The repayment will total well over $300 million over the next 30 years. Yet we, as a town, have employed no one to do any independent analysis of the impact on town finances and taxpayers. We seem to have no one on town staff who can do the analysis or is willing to do the analysis. We've had no one other than a member of the town council who happens to be very good at Excel spreadsheets, helping the town figure out how best to finance these projects. This is just too big a financial commitment for someone to do the analysis over a weekend at the kitchen table and make recommendations to this town. We have way too much at stake, and errors could be costly to all of us. Let's get an independent analysis. The taxpayers deserve to know what the real impact will be on their taxes of the library and of the school. We can't muddle and confuse the cost to taxpayers with revaluations and mill rate adjustments. Taxpayers also deserve to know that doing the library first will affect the financing of the school and will increase the total cost, the total 30-year cost of that school. And they deserve to know how much extra that cost is. I've heard a few people say that this library expansion is either now or never, now or not in my lifetime. Why do you think that is? Is it because if taxpayers don't approve this now, before they realize how much their taxes will increase because of the school project, they will never approve the library project? If that's the case, then the town manager, the town council, and the library trustees are trying to sneak this in without providing a full, true, and accurate picture of the impact of this project with the school on the average tax bill. Shame. That's just not right. I want to remind the council also that the public has spoken. They've told you they are very happy with our current library. We don't really care about the relative size per capita of our library. Our library is just right for us. I'm not going over the statistics of the recent survey I've already spoken about. I also want to remind the council that 1 week ago, we had the report out of the Community Services Facilities and Master Plan Survey. And one of the key findings is a desire for aquatics was very, very high. And that should be no surprise. There were many items identified in that report as needs and improvements, and they all cost something. And I'm bringing this up to highlight that although the library staff and its trustees and supporters want this expansion, it is not high on the list of desired investments of most taxpayers. Over half of residents have said they want a community center and a pool. And there are many other items that residents want. The town council's responsibility on this decision about putting this project on the ballot is not to the library director and not to the library trustees. It is to the taxpayers of the town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other members of the public that would like to speak?
Richard Hayes, 21 Martin Avenue. It was said last night at the Finance Committee meeting and again by Mrs. Hamel this evening, and I would support an outside review of all of these costs. We are dealing with the school that is, as we heard tonight, an urgent need to be moved along in the process. I also learned tonight that the land for this school is probably going to be a purchase, which is an additional cost, which has not been included in the number that's been floated around for the school. So, you know, pick a number. Is that another 10, 15, $20 million for the land? I don't know, but it's significant. I believe that the library, the school construction costs, the town center, pool, whatever, these projects should all be reviewed and the total analysis be given to the taxpayers in dollars and cents that everybody can understand that to finance $200 million or whatever the number is over 30 years, that number needs to be exposed to the taxpayers of this town. I heard last night from a gentleman, as we all did, who were here, that the bonds gentleman who was here, he has a personal interest in that he glassed over a couple of points that in all of the numbers that were shown were of possible concern, but he sloughed them away because they didn't mean anything because of other things. I think they're all significant. And he has a dog in the fight. He sells the bonds, he makes money. just as a side note, it doesn't cost him a penny because he lives in New Hampshire. So he's not paying back any of this bond cost, but he's making money off of town of Scarborough. I think the analysis needs to be done by an independent party outside of someone who works closely with the town or for the town. So I would appreciate your not moving forward with the library project until the total cost of all the projects can be put forward to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name's Marvin Gates. I live at 423 Black Point Road. I want to respond to Mr. Donovan, former chairman, president of the board of the library, in a comment, and I don't want to misquote you. I've paraphrased something you said a moment ago. And again, forgive me if I've misquoted you. Words to the effect of, it was found that Scarborough last night at the finance committee meeting, which I attended, it was found that Scarborough would be able to handle the proposed bonds quite satisfactorily. I know some of those words are correct and otherwise paraphrased. And I don't doubt at all and respect greatly you're saying that.
So, Mr. Gates, could you just direct your comments to the chair, please?
Sure. Oh, totally. I'm attempting to be polite and forgive me. However, I'm basically saying here to the last two residents who spoke in relationship to the idea that, as much as I respect anyone's opinion, I want to hear from, as I expressed last night slightly, I would like to hear from an independent and competent financial modeling professional, qualified and authorized to account for complex decisions related to various capital projects, including yet not limited to the consolidated school, the library, the community center and pool, as well as the impact of items such as the credit enhancement agreement and growth ordinances on such complex decisions. And I'd like that placed as simply as possible so I can understand it. I'm happy to accept somebody's opinion that it would be quite satisfactorily met for the town to satisfy their bond commitment. But I really want to hear it from somebody qualified, independent, and authorized. Thank you very much.
Hello again, everybody. My name is Kate Borduas, and I live at 5 Camperdown Elm Drive. Whoever came up with that address should be shot. I'm going to take a little different tack here. There's been a lot of drilling down into the weeds, and I think that's really important because we need to understand the details. One detail I will get to before I get into my little spiel here is that there's a false equivalency being presented. That equivalency is the consolidated schools, the pool, all of those things are very recent. The library is not a recent project. In 2016, the Facilities Committee identified 6 projects that were urgent. Can I tell you what they are? Probably not, but it's going to be the town hall, the ice rink, the public safety building. Each of those projects has been addressed. except the library. So this isn't new. This is new in that it is green light ready because of the generosity of the council to prepare it, to be ready. The expectation is that we would bring it ready. We were the last of those urgent needs to be met, and here we are. It is a false equivalency to suggest that ideas that are still in committee or still in some developer's mind have equal standing. So now I'm going to take a different tack, because you've heard from everybody what their maybe opinions are, what their facts are. I think people aren't entitled to their own facts or their alternate facts, but I'm going to take a more philosophical view of what libraries mean. First of all, people don't use the library, they don't value the library. I have never once in the years I've lived here used the fire department or the police department. Does that mean I shouldn't value those services and want them here and support them? No. A library is a critical component of a cohesive community. So Neil Gaiman, everybody, award-winning writer, I thought, forget what I have to say about libraries. Let's see what Neil Gaiman has to say about libraries. And I find it quite moving. He says to us, and I mean this really to you, you have a responsibility to the future. We have an obligation to support libraries, to use libraries, encourage others to use libraries, to protest the closure of libraries, and I would add, support the expansion of libraries. If you do not value libraries, then you do not value information or culture or wisdom. You are silencing the voices of the past, and you are damaging the voices of the future. Given that prior councils have explicitly expressed support, when you're talking $400,000, that's an explicit expression of support for this project. To now do a little bait and switch, it's really bad form. Do not silence the voices of the voters. The voices of the future deserve to be heard. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other members of the public that would like to speak?
Hi, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I just have a question. I think it makes a lot of sense to have someone come in who is competent and can really look at this financial situation of all these projects. I personally can endorse the school and the library, but the town center to me is back burner. But that's just an aside. My question is, how can someone come in and competently assess these three projects when only one project has really been defined? I mean, we don't know where the school is going to be. We don't know what the construction is going to be. When is it going to be? Who's going to do it? Blah, 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 blah. And it seems to me it would be a waste of money to have someone come in and make an assessment when there's only one that you could really assess. So that's only my input. And I hope you think about it, because I don't know what the answer is. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Anybody online? If so, just raise your hand. Mr. Freeman.
Well, thank you. I appreciate an opportunity to address you all tonight. I didn't expect to, but I keep hearing about that community survey. And to me, the ultimate community survey is to go out to a majority of the voters in Scarborough. Not a community survey that had 1,000 respondents. How about a community survey of all our registered voters during a gubernatorial election? That's the ultimate community survey. I ask you to support and put this library project on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further public comment. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Discussion? Counselor Anderson.
Great. I'll kick things off. You know, I want to acknowledge the comments that we got tonight, because I think they were all great. I think they're all fair. I think they all show very different perspectives about what we value as a community and how diverse our community is and what we value. And I think that's kind of the challenge that I've been grappling with as I've been kind of evaluating this particular project, because I do fully believe that, you know, we do have a fiduciary responsibility to have a good long-term capital plan that we need to make sure is meeting, you know, and keeping the town in a fiscally healthy environment where we're trying our best to minimize the impact to taxpayers. And in the finance committee meeting yesterday, even though it wasn't an independent third party, I do feel like we are working with so many assumptions right now. It's so many things that we're making guesses on because we don't know all the answers. So I don't see yesterday's meeting as necessarily trying to get super precise and accurate. And I don't think that's something we can do right now, given we don't have all the information from some other projects. And so I really appreciate the work that Councillor Clucci did to try and give us something to have a conversation about and see the impact that these projects could have, again, with a lot of assumptions baked around it, that 6 months from now will be very different, 12 months from now will be very different, 24 months from now will be very different. So I think I'm committed, at least as a counselor, to continue this effort. And I am supportive of the idea of trying to bring in somebody independent who can help us do this, or as we find that finance director, making sure that we're thinking about ensuring that we have somebody who can help us manage these long-term facilities, capital planning, to make sure we're continuously evaluating and assessing things from a fiscal perspective. When I you know, some of the residents that spoke tonight, you know, I also truly understand the value that a library brings to a community. I think a lot of things that this community is looking for is in terms of trying to improve the quality of life. That's the other element, you know, on the opposite side of, you know, the fiscal side, is ensuring that we're continuing to provide services that meet the needs of the community. And I personally do see the library as a fundamental service that is meeting mandatory needs of the community. It's a place that creates equity and access to information for everybody in town. Not everybody uses that service. I think, as was eloquently stated, that doesn't mean that that service isn't important and not something we should invest in. And, you know, I think we have multiple times, this isn't the first time the library's come forward, I think, going to referendum. It did in the past. You know, unfortunately, the community at that time decided no, not to move forward with some of those expansion things. And I think that's led us to this state where now it's still a need. The need hasn't changed. The ask has changed, but the need is still there. And I think, you know, other things that we're exploring, like a community center, is really about bringing new services and addressing programming gaps that, again, I think are also important. But at least in terms of the library and all the work they've done, all the due diligence they've done, they've really gone through the process appropriately to do their work. I think it's really up to, in my opinion, at this point, the voters to make the decision whether they value the financial elements that I think we as a council have to continue to make sure are publicly out there and communicated. I think we have a responsibility to make sure people do know we're looking at all of these things, that those are considerations. And if, as a voter, that gives you concern, then I think you as a voter should definitely consider that and how you decide to vote at the ballot. Some people may have different things that drive their decision, and I think it's only fair to allow each voter at this point in time to make that decision for themselves. And I hope that as this moves forward, we will continue to communicate the financial impacts as fairly as we can with the information that we have, so that if people really feel strongly that that's something that is a concern for them, then I'm supportive of them voting how they choose to at the polls. Again, looking at the financial analysis, I think it definitely indicates to me that we are going to have to make choices as a community going forward with capital projects. Again, attending the Parks and Facilities Master Plan, there was one resident I talked with afterwards who, was upset because her family has lived in Pine Point for 70 years and she has to put her house on the market because she can no longer afford that home because of taxes. And I think that's a real issue within town for certain folks that I'm hoping as we go forward, we consider that. But now I feel like I'm rambling. At the end of the day, I'm supportive of this moving forward. I acknowledge we have more work to do. I acknowledge we have a lot of choices to make, not only for these projects, but we're going to be doing a transportation study as well. That's going to add additional investments we need to make. Having not seen the Parks and Facilities Master Plan, there will be choices we will have to make where, again, we're going to have to make choices about what the priorities are. And I'm definitely willing to do that. But I do feel at this point, the library is ready to move to the voters to ultimately decide if now's the right time or not.
Thank you, sir. Counselor McGee.
So yeah, appreciate all the effort that's gone into this so far. I think, looking back to the last workshop and then reading this, I have a clarifying question. The last workshop, it was a 13.9 number, right? Was what we were given. And that was largely because we asked for some additional contingency monies plus some operating costs. Is that what jumped it from the 12.9 to the 13.9? Does anyone?
So the 12.9 is what was in the budget. What was approved in the budget. The 13.9 is their latest estimate of
That's their projected
of
cost.
the overall cost.
But and I'm just want clarification. That didn't include temporary space, or did that 13.9 include temporary space?
No,
it did not.
did not include.
Okay.
I seem to remember it being itemized on but I don't
But the
remember
ask,
specifically.
the ask of the town is still the same, regardless of what they may or may not have missed. $13 million.
Yes.
Just under, so 12.9.
Okay.
What was in the budget?
So
Is what's before us now.
Then the other thing I've heard is we feel strongly about the capital campaign, right? That there can be some fundraising. I personally, I think we should have, you've seen them in streets across America, these thermometers, and you raise your money. I think that should be part of this. I think that there should be some financial buy-in that is tied to this referendum. That's, if $3 million is the target, okay, let's put it in there. Like it. And I guess what I'm sitting a little uncomfortable from what I just heard was, if it goes over this, any money raised would just be put towards the overages. I'd rather work it the other way. You're asking for 13.9, great. We're gonna commit you to 3 million in fundraising. We're in for 10.9 as a community. So if overages come in through extra programming, expansions, through construction costs, whatever it is, fundraising takes care of it. And it's part of, Falmouth raised the money for it privately, not for everything, but portions of it. I don't think it's a huge ask. So that's the only thing I think at this stage that really, to me, means something significant. I think, and just another thought, I'm hearing the concerns about the costs to the average person. And what about advisory language on the ballot that indicates what the impact to the mill rate would either be, or something to that effect? Wouldn't that also force our hand to do the analysis that we're hearing from some of the community that they like to see. Because you can't put that on the ballot unless it's a relatively known number. That'd just be my two thoughts going into this. But other than that, I, quite frankly, I'm okay with seeing this go to a vote. I just think that we should tie up a couple of loose ends here. That's my take on it.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Hamel.
Thank you. I'm going to build on a couple of things that Counselor McGee has said. I don't really think we fulfilled a fiduciary duty. Okay. I don't think we've done that. And I was a little shocked when I read the order, and I thought, well, 12.9, well, when did we vote that? And I'm trying to think of what the process was. I think it was one meeting. I attended that meeting. It was one budget meeting. It was not well attended by the public, and finance committee meetings are at 4 o'clock. So, and I don't know how many people tune in, but I think, the libraries had actually a relatively low bar in terms of getting this thing on the capital plan. Okay. And I think that they've been patient. They're deserving in terms of getting consideration. But I think that if you really take a look at our rigor in terms of financially scrutinizing things, well, we're going to do it someday. Okay, when is that day going to be exactly? It hasn't come yet, okay, because there's no process to put stuff, virtually no process. And we touched upon this earlier with the school building issue. There's virtually no process and no bar to get something, on that plan and or to take it off. So, and I went back, no surprise, I'm the only person who did not vote in favor of that. Okay, everyone else voted in favor of it. McGee was not here yet. I don't think he was live. So I do not think by any measure that we have fulfilled a fiduciary responsibility for evaluating a $13 million appropriation. And that's just the way we do things in Scarborough. And I think those days are going to come to an end. Okay, one way or another, those days are going to come to an end. So I'm not in favor of this moving forward in its current form. I am very displeased with the tactics that the library chose to really sort of it was smart politically, so I got to give them credit for it. Seems to be working, buying signs and turning this into a campaign, and cranking up the rhetoric, I think was totally unnecessary. And I think it was disrespectful to the role of the counselors in terms of our fiduciary duty as defined in our town council policies. Very unhappy with that. So for me, the only path forward is if we make the fundraising a prerequisite, that would be done first and completed. I'm pleased to hear the progress that they're making. They think they can get $3 or whatever the number is, $3 or $4 million. I say do that up front, pony it up like other towns have done, and then we reduce the cost of the total project by that amount, and we go out for that number that's that's on the order. But I do not think we are ready to do that now. And I think claiming that this is not significant enough and will have no bearing on other capital requests, I think is simply not true. So that's my position on it. There were some other ideas that I think were shared, that the idea of having language on the ballot to tell people what it really costs. We heard some quotes, and I thank John Clucci for his skills, but I think us putting him in a position where we have to rely on his data and actually data of citizens to try to validate that is outrageous. That's a total failure in terms of us being staffed and having the capability to provide the council with the expertise to fulfill a very serious and solemn responsibility. And I don't, we heard from the bond guy, and he sells bonds and he has a fiduciary duty to us. But I have to tell you, I do not think that we have executed that well. And, we keep saying we're going to do it, and I see no progress toward that whatsoever. So I'm not in favor of this order as currently structured.
Councilor Katarina.
All right. So I'm sitting here and Amy's watching, probably watching those cases. So with all due respect, to some councils, but some people have spoken tonight and have written us letters. And there were two words that came to mind: disingenuous and red herrings. Disingenuous and red herrings. Because I've been on this council long enough to know who a lot of these people writing letters are. And I'm talking about people who are like, well, you know, we've got a school and we've got a community center. Well, I know in the past, none of you supported schools and none of you supported community centers. So I kind of take that, I'm like, yeah, okay. So this verbiage around, we haven't done our job, we haven't done our fiduciary duty as a council, I think is BS, to be blunt. The library has done work over the past number of years in putting forward why they want to expand. They have put together a plan. They've come up with financials. They've hired fundraising people. They have a concrete plan to move forward and have had one for a while. The schools haven't yet. If you saw our workshop tonight, I learned more. I'm feeling a little more comfortable, but they're not, again, as I've said, and I was quoted, they're not ready for prime time. So to say that, we need to hire experts to come in and analyze, it's like, analyze what? Analyze what? I haven't seen anything. Likewise, community center and a pool or whatever it is, that is so far out there as far as I'm concerned. I can't imagine. So what are we analyzing? But we have something concrete right here, right now, for a need that's been around for a long time in this community. And as one of our speakers said tonight, what better public polling than to put it to the voters? And to put it to the voters in a gubernatorial election when you have probably the highest turnouts in town. So I am supporting putting this out to the voters. And I think that all this other stuff is noise. It's noise, it's disingenuous, and it's red herrings. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Seiler.
Thanks. There's a lot to unpack, even from what has been said in the last 15 minutes. And I preface that with everyone knows I've been struggling with this. So I have my own inner monologue happening while everyone else is speaking. And at the same time, trying to stay composed and speak to some of the things that have been said by fellow counselors. So I apologize if I ramble, but I'm going to try really hard to roll this all up here. So as finance chair, I will say that it is difficult to hear that we are not doing our fiduciary responsibility. And I don't take it personally. I take it as a call to action. I take it as my responsibility, and I take my responsibility very seriously. I admitted to everyone last night prior to the finance committee meeting, if you were here, that I was nervous because I wanted to facilitate a really good conversation. And that's my key priority, is how do we access the information that people are asking for, and how do we communicate that information in a way that's clear so that people come away from a meeting understanding what they were hoping to get out of a meeting. And I don't think that yesterday we got there. And I'm trying, and there's no playbook for how to do this. And so to Dawn's point, whether we have been inconsistent. We have been inconsistent with when something goes on the capital plan and how something enters the capital improvement budget. And I think Don said that he was the only person who voted against the library becoming part of the CIP this year, but I actually did as well. But it was more a matter of the figure itself. And I expressed that at the finance committee level. But, you know, why wasn't the school included in their CIP? And how did that slip by us? And so there is no guidebook for this. There is no set way to do this. And I certainly feel like at times we're kind of making it up as we go. And that speaks to the finance committee meeting that we had yesterday. And that this is not a reflection of poor work. This is a reflection of meeting people where they are and answering people's requests. And so as a committee, we requested that the chair do some modeling so that we could have a conversation around modeling. And I appreciate that work. We had Joe Coutura come not to sell bonds. He was there to give us an update on our fiscal health. As a member of the council, I had not heard a presentation from him, and I was curious to hear what our fiscal health was and the various things that would impact our score. And so I found that portion of the presentation incredibly informative. So now here we are, ready to decide whether we're going to put this to first reading. And one thing that I do think is a really valuable point that has been made tonight is we can't model what we don't have. But we do have the library figures. And to that point, I think that we should, with a certain degree of confidence, be able to put out a number, whether it's on the ballot or whether it's something we just communicate the heck out of, exactly what the impact of the library is if it goes to referendum. I think that that is baseline information that we should be able to produce at this point. My hesitation about the referendum itself, and so now I think I've unpacked everything everybody else said. So now I'll say my final piece, which is I continue to struggle with what I see as a significant disconnect between the fundraising efforts and the bond request. And so to that point, I do think that if the library is engaged in what they are saying is and have demonstrated is a very successful campaign to raise funds, I'm still not sure how come the success of their campaign is not reducing the bond amount. And so that part, I can't reconcile that part. And so I am supportive of sending this to referendum at first reading, knowing that I still want to hear more from the public at second reading, and that we have some more time and some more work that we can do between now and second reading. But I'm happy that we've had a robust conversation again tonight. And I think that every time we go through this, we pull out some important pieces.
Counselor Johnson, did you want to add anything? I can't see you if you're raising your hands.
I have no comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know exactly where to start. I feel like we need a gondola running from Town Hall to Ferry Beach. And we should understand what that would cost and, you know, the infrastructure, whatever would be needed before we can, you know, I don't know, send our kids to school next week. That's probably a poor example, but I guess we're throwing a lot of things in the mix here instead of what's before us. And what's before us is the library. And the fact is, and it's been said, it's at a different point in the process than anything else has been talked about. It's been on the plan for 5 years. It's been vetted, it's been funded, different studies have been funded. They're at the point where it's time to make a decision. And we are not authorized to make that decision, only the voters are. We are authorized to put it before the voters. And everybody, you know, this is why we have 7 independent minds on the council, can say yes or no for whatever rationale or reason you want, right? Could be analysis paralysis or too much analysis, not enough. The fact is you need 4 votes to put this language on the ballot. I think a little bit of the genesis of this might be helpful, I think, to some counselors, because it might, with some of the concerns you guys have raised. Bill offered to write the ballot for us. I did not take him up on that. Tom pulled together a draft. First thing I did when I saw it was pull up Falmouth's bond language and the MOU that they had along with it. We then ran it by legal. We are going to need an updated memorandum of understanding with the library. So one version had that in there. One version had the fundraising in there. At the advice of counsel, extraneous information on a ballot is confusing to a voter. So, and contingencies on a ballot can lead to, and it did in Falmouth actually, problems down the road. They actually had to go to the voters again and have a second referendum because they didn't raise enough money, or they didn't raise the money fast enough and the cost escalated in that time. So where we landed with what's before you, or what staff is coming forward with, is a certainty. It's not going to be any more than 12.9. When we do have that MOU with the library, absolutely. If you raise $3 million, yeah, that's coming. The town's going to share in that benefit, and we're going to help you raise it as well. So that's. I like simple. I like the idea of adding possibly an impact to the mill rate, but I hate number 2 on the ballot language, and I don't know the genesis of that. But this is a $12,938,000 ask of the taxpayer. When we throw the principal and interest, it's deceiving in my book. And that's, I have a different background than a lot of people, but to me, it's inflammatory. It's unnecessary, but maybe it's legally required. I don't know. So with that, I just distracted us from the point again, which is the library needs to be improved. We can afford it. We should ask the voters if they support it. And if they do, then we're going to make it happen. And if they don't, then we're going to move on to whatever is next on the plan. But I think it's to the point where the voters need to be the ones that make this next decision. So with that, Cody, would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Slider,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
Passes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Next is order number 22-082, act on the request from the harbor master to utilize funds from the Working Waterfront Reserve Capital Improvement Account for emergency water line repair in an amount not to exceed $6,989,088. I'm sorry, $6,989. My eyes are getting a little blurry, and 88 cents. And for a pure structural assessment in an amount not to exceed $5,000, and authorize the town manager to sign any and all documents related to these items. Tom, would you help us with that?
Yeah, in fairness, this probably ought to be attributed to me. The harbor master did come forward identifying some actual costs that have been incurred and then an additional kind of forward-looking investment that he'd like to make. And being aware that there is the capital reserve that exists for this purpose, I thought it was an appropriate request to the council. So quickly, by way of history, for those of you that weren't here, the original reserve was funded with leftover funds from the pier construction back in 2012. It was $45,000 or $50,000 at the time. And over the years, it's been used to help do additional things. And then more recently in 2019, when the Pine Point Co-op was sold and the parking lot lease was back before council, Jean Marie might recall this, the council directed at that time that any proceeds, the annual lease revenue from that lot also go into that fund. And so the good news is it's kind of evergreen. It's got a funding source. And this was all designed to help support the working waterfront. So long story short, earlier this spring, these costs have actually already been incurred and paid, but they were not expected. We did experience a water main break to the co-op building and all the related infrastructure on the pier that needed immediate attention. We had a local contractor that we have a contract with perform those repairs. That's about $7,000 expense. And then for some time, there's been discussion just with the age of the pier. It's approaching about 10 years old. Just by my personal inspection, by walking the pier, you can see it shown somewhere. It's a active working waterfront. So we think it's a wise thing to do have a structural engineer do just a visual assessment. We're not diving on the piles underwater or anything like that. And this is really in furtherance of what I think the council's been talking about for some number of years. Let's understand what our capital needs are. Let's get professionals to help prioritize and identify where to make investments. So this would be really just a forward-looking piece, and it'll be a report that I think would be of great value. So in total, we're looking at just about $12,000 or so from the reserve account that has a value just over 33,000 at this point. And I would look for your support.
Any questions for Tom?
Yes. I attended as a liaison to both waterfront committees on last Tuesday. And that was the Coastal Waters and Harbor Committee, and also the Shellfish Committee. And Gino Neal is the harbor master who's submitted these expenses. He did mention there was going to be a need to get quotes for maintenance. He did not share any details. He did certainly not mention anything about an emergency water line repair. So I'm kind of curious why, Tom, this is kind of coming here with and I requested additional background in terms of, a copy of a statement of work or a description, of the repairs to be done associated with the water line. And I'm still waiting for that information. So, and I would appreciate that to be in writing and not just an explanation introducing an order.
Counselor, I beg your pardon. I didn't appreciate what your request was. I did
that in writing.
I do have a copy of the invoice from the contractor who performed the work. I don't believe there's any other documentation than that.
So I'm going to recommend that we not vote on this tonight until the council has an opportunity to see the supporting detail.
We haven't put it on the floor yet. So right now, Tom introduced it. We're asking questions. We're going to entertain feedback from the public, and then we'll put it on the floor, and then you can motion to
Thank you.
dispose of it.
My apologies for skipping protocol. Thank you.
Any other questions for the town manager? Okay. Any members of the public that would like to speak to this? Okay. Do I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
And discussion.
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat my request. I did this via email, and I expected that there would be additional information that would be provided to the council so that they would be informed as to what we're approving. But maybe that's just a pattern. We don't really need the detail.
So are you motioning to table this?
I'm motioning that we table this until the next meeting or until we are provided with that supporting detail.
So which one? You have to pick one.
I picked the second one, the detail.
Contingent on the
Yep.
council being provided supporting details?
Yes.
Need a second.
Is there a second?
I'll do it just for the sake of discussion. I have a question.
There's no discussion.
There's no
Oh,
discussion.
I'm sorry, it's the table.
For a table.
Sorry.
So do you still second?
So I guess we don't really need any detail then. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Any other discussion?
Now
you
would be,
can talk
now would be a
freely,
good time,
yes.
right? So, the detail, I'm sorry, Don, if you could help me, the detail you're asking is the 6989 invoice, what that comprised of?
Two things, basically, an explanation of the details on the emergency repair that were not shared in those meetings that were just a day or so before the agenda was submitted to the council. This was submitted as an order for the council. And also a copy of the statement of work for the $5,000 that's going to give us an assessment of the repairs that are needed at the pier.
And just, this is procedurally / clarifying for me. And the reason that this is in front of us, because these amounts don't seem super ordinary to me. It's because of it's coming out of a reserve capital. Is that
So-
why it's in front of us?
So I think Tom could use budget numbers to pay for this, but it's an allowable use of the reserve funds. Am I interpreting right? So in order to appropriate the reserve funds for this purpose, it requires council action.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
I would just offer normal and customary costs are certainly covered by operating expenses. I would characterize and suggest to you that both of these are not normal or ordinary. With respect to the emergency repair, I'm in possession of an invoice. I'm not aware that there's anything more detailed than that. I have nothing to hide. I'm certainly pleased to share that with you. With respect to the structural engineer, we do have a scope of work. It was about a $20,000 study, which I thought was outlandish. And so I don't have anything in hand. I would rather go to a structural engineer and say, this is my budget. Tell me, let's negotiate what we can do for that. So if you'd like to wait for that to occur.
No, I just like to see the detail, the supporting detail. That's all I'm asking for. That's all. And I just think that if we're going to be approving any amount of money, I know this is, it made me feel it's de minimis because it's only, it's only a small amount over $10,000, but things add up. And I'd just like us to, and I think it's unusual that we didn't have some description about this at the meeting, and then boom, it's an agenda item. So.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
a question, if I may. They're not saying they're gonna spend the 5,000, they're asking for an amount not to exceed 5,000.
With
So
all
I
due
guess-
respect, I
so I-
suspect we'll spend all of it.
Well, I'm
Just to be fair.
sure, because that's the way it works, but I guess I'm a little confused, Mr. Hamel, as to why you're so upset about this.
Maybe I can share that with you later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Snyder,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Pucci.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next is order number 22-083, act on the request to reconsider order number 22-057. Second reading on the proposed zoning map amendment to change a portion of Highland Avenue from rural residential farming to residential 2. This was on our prior agenda from the property owner. It failed by a vote of 4-3, as I recall. As per our rules and policies, a counselor voting in the affirmative has the opportunity to reconsider, and upon consulting with Counselor Seither, she expressed an interest to do so. So that's why this is back on our agenda for reconsideration. And it has to be offered by somebody who voted in the majority. That
Procedurally, the motion for reconsideration must be offered first. And then should it be successful, then you immediately take up where you left off.
Okay. Do I need to preface my motion for reconsideration with a lead in or just offer it?
So it is up to you. You can introduce it since it's your name on it, or you can just offer it.
Well, so I guess I feel like maybe my motion to reconsider will be more warmly accepted if I explain my reason for bringing it back before the council. I would like the opportunity for further discussion among the council. When this was voted on last meeting, it was 10:30 at night. Admittedly, I was in favor of continuing to work. And so that is not lost on me that I ended up being the one at 10:30 that felt very fatigued and maybe didn't offer my questions in a timely manner. And when it came time to vote, I clearly had not satisfied the questions that I wanted to ask. And so I felt like this was a good opportunity to maybe just make sure that we have a complete discussion, because I did have some unanswered questions at the time of the vote. So I would like to motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
And discussion on the, do we get to discuss? No. Yeah, discussion on the reconsideration. Counselor Kettering.
Yeah, as you know, I was part of the long range planning committee who really looked at this thoroughly. And the feeling of long range planning at the time, and I'm trying to get down to the bottom here. Pardon me, is that this section, if you look at the zoning map, this section is really a little skewed and out of what the,
Councilor
what,
Katarina, we're gonna, if the motion to reconsider passes,
oh,
then we're gonna have the
Okay.
discussion on the
Okay.
actual order. So this is right now, just procedurally, do you support the reconsideration?
well, yeah, absolutely.
Are you? We're gonna get to vote on that then.
Counselor Seider,
Yes.
Counselor Himmel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes,
Counselor Johnson,
No.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
It passes. Thank you.
So the reconsideration passes, which means that our action at the prior meeting is no longer in effect. So now we are back to deliberation on order number 22-057
In second reading.
in second reading. Yes. So open to discussion. Counselor Katarina.
well, I guess rather than going through my whole spiel here, because it was just really, the request from the owner made sense, given, you know, that you want to make things consistent as much as you can in different areas of town. I didn't see this as an unreasonable request personally, nor did the Long Range Planning Committee overall. And given the nature of the neighborhood that it's in, you know, it's a fairly dense neighborhood, quite frankly. It is along the railroad tracks. The railroad tracks are right there. So that was part of the reasoning for, yeah, you know, it made sense to rezone this. So I'd be curious as to what your questions were, so.
Sure. So part of my unease with the vote was I felt like this was being packaged as a request to change the entire zone by a single property owner. And I just didn't really understand why he would be bringing forward a request to change the entire zone, when really what his request was, what he was looking for was to make a modification to his own property that was not allowed with the current zoning. And so I think that there was a certain amount of communication that was lost by not having Jay Chase here. It's my understanding that he had significant conversation with the property owner that led to the decision to kind of move along this path forward. And so not really having a clear understanding of why that was the path forward. And if you recall, I did ask, without this zone change, is there a way for the property owner to do what he's asking to do? And I was told, no, it's not allowable by the zone. And so I just wasn't sure at the time why this had been what he brought forward. It wasn't clear to me why we needed to change the whole zone. And so that's kind of why I wanted to reconsider my position.
If it helps the council, I did have a conversation with Mr. Chase, and I do recall this, and he just confirmed it for me. There were kind of two things that happened. The applicant came forward really just simply asking for his property. He can't speak for his neighbors.
Right.
At our request, we did two things. Initially, we were in the middle of comprehensive plan, and we suggested the appetite for changing zoning while we're in the final throes of adopting a new comprehensive plan was not advisable. Can you wait? And as many of you will attest, that process took longer than I think all of us expected, frankly, maybe over a year from the point Mr. Fowler came forward. At the same time, I think staff always looks for an opportunity to do something kind of comprehensive and to address multiple challenges. And so Jay suggested that why don't you approach your neighbors, those others that are also kind of orphaned as an RF, to see if there's an opportunity to kind of clean up the zoning from an overall land use point of view. And so it was really the town's suggestion that we look at a larger zone change than Mr. Fowler's property only.
Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I was tired last time too, so I probably didn't ask all the questions that I wanted to ask. So and some of this is probably in the packet. And again, we've talked about this multiple times, so I should know this by now. But what I keep hearing as the big concern is the number of units that could be developed on here. And again, one of the things that I heard last time, which is why I voted in favor of moving this was, my understanding was a lot of these lots were already developed with homes on them. So it would be redevelopment, and some of these lots where the homes were, you wouldn't be able to subdivide the lot based on where the existing unit is. And so that's why I chose to vote in favor of this, because not only, like, to me, it just seemed like the impact of what that means in terms of actual units would not be as big as they could be. But I guess I just want to understand, if all of these all these lots were redeveloped for whatever reason, what is the maximum number of units that could be placed here if we change this zone? That's something.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't answer that.
I can. It's in the package. 10 to 18 was the number that I thought was quoted. And it also, the zoning change involved changing it from an RF zone to RF2, allowed it for multi-unit housing on that parcel.
That's where I'm trying to get an understanding of, like, if for some reason all of these units were sold, or all these lots were sold for redevelopment for multifamily dwelling, what does that mean in terms of total units? Or is that even a possibility that could happen?
If I may, and rather than looking at it, oh my God, how many units maybe 10 years, 20 years, 2 months, I don't know, from now. Rather than looking at it like that, then look at it as making this section consistent with all the other zoning that surrounds it.
Well, and I guess when I look at that, and that was part of the reason why I kind of supported it, because it seemed like it was contiguous and made sense.
Yeah.
But again, I'm still curious to understand that question, because even though it's an unlikely possibility, it's just something I'm curious if we can confidently answer.
So I'm reluctant to read the 500-page zoning order.
I was too.
I will say that if multifamily is allowed in this zone, we place a number of restrictions on
Exactly.
multifamily housing, including the lot size. Generally has to be on public water and sewer, and I don't think this area is.
No.
So
No.
while it may be allowable in the zone, I don't think it's a Oh, do we have somebody here who knows? Oh,
The owner.
oh, okay. Thank you. No sewer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would limit it.
Okay. So the risk of that actually happening is very, very low, if not relatively impossible.
Correct.
Councilor
Without
Anderson.
another zoning change.
Yeah.
Councilor Anderson, what I heard you say is what I heard from Mr. Fisher, who is the applicant's representative, that due to the actual location of the existing dwellings, it will make some of those divisions difficult, if not impossible. Of course, those could be torn down and subdivisions can occur. But, and the long range committee did indicate that range of 10 to 18. Thank you, Councilor Hamilton.
Councilor Sider.
So this is exactly the point in our first discussion where I wandered off into the woods and I wasn't sure where I was anymore. And that is talking about all of the hypotheticals and the worst case scenarios that could happen if we grant this request. But at the end of the day, that is not the intent of the request.
That's correct.
And so for that reason, I support the request. I appreciate the conversation and I'm glad to have the numbers and I think it's important to think about the long-term impacts. But this is a private homeowner living on a parcel or has property on a parcel who would like to make a change to his property. There's no discussion with developers happening. There are no hypothetical worst case scenarios in front of us right now.
Councilor Hamilton.
So I appreciate Councilor Sider's rationale for why she wanted the reconsideration and her reason for reconsidering. The issue here is that if I'm not mistaken, there's another approach that the homeowner could have taken rather than trying to change the entire zone. But he got advice from a long-range planning committee whose role is not to really, advise individuals on zoning changes or to recommend zoning changes. That's not their role. as a quasi judicial body. Their role is to implement the comprehensive plan. So this request was declined properly because in my view, because it was a zoning change. It was a zoning change that was not warranted, and the council did not vote in favor of making that change.
With all due respect,
yeah.
long-range planning is not quasi-judicial. And
They're not?
no,
No.
we're advisory.
Well, so let's stay with that then. So if a property owner is taking advice from an advisory committee, on what to do about zoning, I'm not sure, is that?
It was the planner
The
that
planner
advised
brought
him
it forward.
to approach his neighbors and look at this more holistically as opposed to his.
Right, but again, Jay's not here, and I don't know what he said, but it does sound like there was another route for this individual, and we took a route that was very long and ultimately expensive for the for the petitioner, for
It
the
was approved
resident.
at long range planning 550. It was unanimous.
Yeah.
Counselor McGee had his hand up. Do you still?
Keep going. I'm trying to dig out. Sorry.
Okay.
Keep going. I'm trying to dig out a little bit of helpful information from zoning ordinance for you.
Oh, good.
So.
Oh, we have an expert on. Counselor Henderson.
So I'll buy him some time.
I got my hand up too, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry.
The screen
I
there,
see
big
now.
guy.
So the only, like, I think what was discussed last time that I recalled, that to me is really a reason why we should really be thinking about whether we're changing this or not, was more about the fact that, with our zoning, especially in certain areas, there's a lot of, contiguous pieces that come together. And if every time an applicant comes forward who lives in that zone, who's on a contiguous part, wants to change it to another zone, that just creates a potential slippery slope in how we make decisions.
No.
Well,
Well,
it makes,
that-
it
that's-
looks like a better map, okay? Because
Yeah.
that, at one time, this area was all RF zone, not RF2 zone. So if you use that, that rule, well, let's just kind of make it look good on the map, and because the adjacent zone is a certain way, let's get the puzzle pieces looking good.
Yeah.
Counselor Johnson's been very patient online and stayed with us all night.
Can I finish my remarks?
Yes,
That was
finish yours.
interrupted?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So I think that's been one of the arguments that I've heard as to why, we should give this consideration, because it's more about how we make decisions about zoning changes. And every time someone who's, there, I thought that was something worth considering. And then I kind of lost my train of thought after getting interrupted. I'm sorry, but I'll let Counselor Johnson go.
If it comes back.
Yeah.
Counselor Johnson.
I totally forgot what I was gonna say, but hold on a second. Wait a minute. It's not after 10 o'clock. Okay.
Take the vote.
Hey, anything, I was wondering how this fits with LD 203, which lets you do all kinds of things with multifamily now that we couldn't before. And we also ought to think about a policy of not voting on anything after 10 o'clock from now on, so we don't have to do this again. That's the end of my comment.
We have one done. We opted not to follow it. So do we need to put this back on the floor? Tony?
Where are
Okay.
we?
So I thought it came back and automatically was on the floor. Can we procedurally just have a motion to put this?
I move that we do whatever we need.
Okay, order, a motion to put order 22057 back on the floor, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. And now we're back into discussion. Did you find what you're looking for? Okay.
I did, and I think here's the big thing is it's currently zoned RF, which is one dwelling unit per net residential 2 acres.
Right.
Okay. You go to R2, you get 2 dwelling units per net residential 1 acre. So you're kind of quadrupling the amount of units that can go there. And I think technically you could. Now they even admitted in their application that only 3 or 4 of the lots might be eligible for that type of subdivision, but they're not insubstantial and results in 10 to 18 lots versus what would be, sounds to me like 2 to 6 lots, you know.
Okay.
So I guess what it boils down to me is, it sounds like possibly you got some bad advice, because I gotta believe from, I think what I understood from Mr. Fisher when he testified was that this was about an accessory dwelling unit almost, right? Wasn't he kind of looking for a son to move in
Yeah.
on the property?
Yes.
It's just like they went for the, you know, and I understand, Tom, what you said, which is if there was an opportunity to kind of co-align things, you try to take it. I feel like you probably would have been a lot easier off asking for that accessory dwelling unit on his property than trying this. And that's my personal take on it. It's, you know, you buy into a place, you hope the zoning stays stable, and you know, you have an expectation of what to expect when you move in, when people around you move in. And that's the way I view this. And for that reason, I'm not going to change my vote. I have the utmost sympathy for the applicant, who I hope there is another method for him to achieve what he needs to achieve. That's all.
Counselor Katarina,
Move the question.
can I say what I have to say?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I would withdraw that.
I've been pretty patient here too.
I forgot that you hadn't spoken. I'm
So
sorry.
that, I'll be quick. I supported this the last time. You know, I think you gotta be careful when you start talking about no change, no growth. This is a local guy. It's his neighborhood. He's looking to accommodate family that already lives there. This is not an outrageous request from a big time developer. I think it's the type of development we want in
Right.
town, is somebody who's, you know, tied to our community and wants to continue raising their family here. So, you know, for that reason, I will continue to support this. And Tony, would you help us with the roll, please?
Counselor Seider,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
No.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
No.
Counselor McGee,
No.
and Chairman Clucci.
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you. Next is item 10 and 11. Why don't we combine them for counselor comments and standing and special committee and liaison reports? Counselor Anderson.
Yep, so the communications committee met last week or the week before. And a couple of things just I wanted everybody to be aware of. I also sent some of this over email, so I'll be brief. On Friday, Counselor Johnson and I are going to be at Summerfest to try and pass out postcards and try and get people to sign up more for the e-news. So if anybody's going to be there, I'm sure people might show up. If you guys want to stop by and support us or just talk to residents while you're there, that would be great. We also recommended that we have the next counselor corner next week, August 25th at 6 p.m. at the Public Safety Building. Again, with the topic on how do we define public benefit in the context of, you know, contract zones and GMOs, and try and get some dialogue and feedback on defining that.
John, I owe you an apology. That was supposed to be on this agenda and I missed it.
Okay, yeah, I should have.
But why don't we pull the council?
Yeah.
I think you did send an email to everybody, and is everybody supportive of that?
What?
So.
Counselor
Let's
Corner
try it again.
live, Counselor Corner live next week, August 25th at 6 p.m. with the focus on public benefit.
That's the Scarborough.
Well, I guess question number one is, if we have it on that date, are there 2 counselors that are available? Because I am not available that date. And so if we don't have availability that date, we may need to move the date for people to participate. So I guess question number one, does August 25th work for 2 counselors to participate?
I will be there.
6 o'clock.
No,
I can host the first 15 minutes.
Yeah.
it will not. It will not go past 6. Wait, let's see. It's 5:30.
It's tomorrow.
No, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, wrong day. Next Thursday.
It is on Thursday.
Okay, so that's great. So,
That's a bad sign. We start jumping ahead on the calendar.
so 6 o'clock, and the focus,
Hear
the
me?
topic is, how do we define public benefit? So just polling and making sure support general, okay. And then the other thing that we talked about that I just want people to start thinking about, and maybe we can put something on the calendar if again, there's general support. We talked about a counselor canvas day in the fall where part of the goal could be to go out and just engage residents and try and get them to sign up for some of our communications things and just talk to them. So again, that was just another idea that we wanted to float by the rest of the council to see if there's support, if we could find a weekend or time and counselors can pair up and go out and talk to residents.
And no one loves to canvas more than I do, okay? But I'm afraid it may get lost and you're gonna have all sorts of election canvassing going on.
Sure.
So my concern is it gonna get lost in the shuffle there? But that's my only.
Well, Allison has a strategy for how she could promote us doing this. I think that from a PR standpoint, a council that willingly goes out and canvasses and not to promote ourselves, but to promote signing up for the e-newsletter and asking constituents if they have, any concerns or just speaking to people for a few minutes for a couple of hours in pairs. I wholeheartedly endorse this. And that being said, I do not care to do door to door. I get very nervous, but paired with Counselor Anderson here, it's a breeze.
Yeah. So again, this is an idea. We'll probably kick it around at the next communications committee to define it further. I just want people to know that could be coming. For the transportation committee, we're working on the requirements for the transportation, the townwide transportation study. So if any counselors have interest in offering ideas or thoughts of things that should be considered, when we meet at our next meeting, I think Angela is taking all that input to try and see what she can do to develop the requirements for that plan. For the Rec Advisory Board, I think it's been talked about that we had the first review of the survey from the Parks and Facilities Master Plan last week. The plan, I think, ultimately is to finalize recommendations by the end of this year, and then hopefully get some of those recommendations built into the CIP during budget cycle that comes forward. And the Rec Advisory Committee will be working with Todd to kind of help shape that. The things that kind of what I recalled came out of that was beaches are really important. It was again talked about people want an aquatic program, like that was the top priority. And again, I think they're still in process of trying to gather as much feedback to shape their recommendations. So that will be ongoing. And they did have the opportunity for counselors to provide insight. And I think they're still open if any counselor wants to talk to them and share any of their thoughts around parks and facilities needs. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Sun.
Sustainability and Conservation Commission have been working really hard on a joint memo, which at this point is just about out of draft form and ready to come to council. The subject of the memo is public benefit from their perspective as committees as we consider GMO exemption requests. It's specific to the exemption request that's in front of us from the Downs, but it's also, with a heavy emphasis on these are the things that we would like for council to consider in terms of what they value and what they have defined as public benefit. So I expect that memo will be coming to us very soon, certainly before our September 7th meeting about the GMO. And finance met yesterday. As everyone knows, we went through a modeling exercise. We had Joe Katura come and do a fiscal health report for us. All of that information is available on the website. I am open to future agenda ideas or more discussion on the modeling. If council is interested between now and the second reading of the library, just let me know and I'll see what we can do. And I think that's all.
Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, I had a couple of names for posting for first notice coming out of the Appointments Committee. Community Services and Advisory Board, appoint Amy Loader as second alternate to fill a term to expire 2023. Scarborough Housing Alliance, appoint Robert Nadeau as full voting member to fill a term to expire 2023. And finally, Senior Advisory Board, appoint Constance Grant as a full voting member, term to expire 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other updates, do I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. One other important update, I think, for the community is that nomination papers for the school board and town council are available until September 7th. There are 2 council seats available, 2 3-year terms for the BOE and a 1-year term for the BOE as well. So if you're interested in nomination papers, those are available in the town clerk's office.
Councilor Ham?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up. We didn't get a chance to mention this earlier when the town manager was doing his updates at the beginning of the meeting, but I had interactions with David Hughes this week, who's head of the wastewater treatment facility. I read a copy of the incident report. I'd like to request that we have him come and report to the council, on the status of, sort of that report and some additional information on, what sort of steps we might take to prevent recurrence. My concern is that he indicated that the cause for that leak was due to a frost heave. So my concern is if there is a situation like that involving one of our lines, what are we doing to try to make sure that we don't have similar incidents occurring? So that's sort of standard practice in terms of, safety process or, so I'm surprised that that's something he didn't offer, but I'd like us to have a chance to learn more about that as a committee. I know they have a different status. They don't report directly, they're not entirely a town body. They're independent, but I'd like to make that request.
Received something that I don't fully understand if we have that authority, but I think could certainly join their meetings, but I will look into it.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
One more time, Tony.
Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clutchy.
Yes.
That is unanimous.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.